We come together, holding hands and holler good life. We all strapping all black, it's like good life.
Can you hear me now? Please confirm if you can hear. Joe Safi says we are ready.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get it up. And every time I step
Okay, we're here. We can hear you. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. And stay there.
and they say that,
Woo,
and they say that.
woo, woo. And all I do is win. Hey, 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 hey. We can stay there.
In the kitchen,
Hey.
hot on the stove,
Hey.
water getting boiled.
Hey,
Don't be
if you're excited to be here, I need you to say hi. Hey, 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 who's excited to be here today? Like you can see already, I am super excited, right? If you know a friend of yours that's registered for this, that they're not yet in the house, can you please tell them we are live? All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Hey, hey, hey. Step up in the building. Hey. And if they're there. Hey, 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 hey. All I do is win, win, win. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. I am super excited to be hosting you to the Africa-UAE Sales and Business Summit. My name is Ejiro Osakede, the energetic EJ. You already know this. If you don't know, now you do know, right? I am super excited to be here today. We are now live on, are we live on Facebook, right? We're live on Facebook and now we're live on Zoom as well. For everyone who registered before now, you can join I hope that you've joined the Zoom session. We are still expecting more people to join us on Zoom because people are connecting from all over the place. And we have just a few people live with us at, the Gtext Hub Dubai. So welcome to this amazing Sales and Business Summit. Whether you are a new business owner or you're just thinking about it, like playing around the idea in your head, like, oh, I think I need to start a business. So I want to start a business. So I want to understand the online space. Then this summit is just for you. All right. All our, can we turn that off, please? All our speakers are selected, specially selected, for us to talk about sales. They've been in this game of selling or of, interpreting the business word, understanding the business word so much, and they're here to share from the wealth of their knowledge, okay? So as you connect, as I see the people joining us on the chat section, please just kind of tell us where you're connecting from. Tell us where you're connecting from. Tell us where you're connecting from. Let's appreciate you and celebrate you and mention where you are connecting from, so we know that yeah, we're truly global. Let me know where you are connecting from. Joe Safi says I'm connecting from Dubai. Nilesh says I'm connecting from Dubai. We have a lot of Dubaians. Christina says from Nigeria. Hey, my Niger people, what's up? What's going on? Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Our first speaker, hey, Enoch Kabange says from Ghana. You are welcome. Chale Etisenyu. You are welcome. Good to have you here, Enoch. We do, exactly. At a few. Thank you so much for joining us. So our first speaker today is Tanisha Tego, and she'll be joining us from Ghana. Yes. Shambavi here from Dubai. Thank you so much for joining, Shambavi. I feel like you are one of us at One Connect. If you are, say one. If you are from One Connect, say one. Let's recognize each other, right? So our first speaker is all the way. She's connecting from Ghana, even though she's based there in the UAE. She's currently on holiday in Ghana, and so she'll be connecting One, yeah. My people, thank you so much for representing. It's so great to have you here. So Tanisha is connecting and joining us. Yes, that's my people, joining us all the way from Ghana. Tanisha Taylor is the CEO of Apples and Pears and founder of the Ladies Entrepreneurship Club, a club which I am a proud two-time member. And yeah, over the past 17 years, she has coached both industry leaders and aspiring business owners from all across the world to help them achieve their dream lifestyle. No matter what services her clients use, be that the Ladies Entrepreneurship Bootcamp or one-to-one executive coaching, everyone walks away ready to lead their own company. Tanisha is not in the business of copy and paste methods, not at all. I can testify to that. Only bespoke packages built around the unique needs of her customer. Her work has been featured on CNN, Sunday Express, TED Talks, and Forbes, with a spotlight article on overcoming imposter syndrome, which is a subject close to her heart. And today she will be, talking to us in the next 20 to 25 minutes with another 5 minutes of Q&A. She'll be talking to us on how to build a sustainable business model. So if you're thinking of starting a business, or if you're already in your business, and maybe when you started just with the business plan, have you thought of business models? She's going to be opening your eyes, to the importance of having a business model, but more than that, how to build a sustainable business model. So if you are ready for us to bring in the CEO herself, what do I call her now? My fairy godmother. When it comes to all things business.
You can just call me Tanisha. How are you?
Hey, I should be playing Alicia Keys for. Oh wait. I got to bring you in like that. No.
What is it?
I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Like just give me a minute. You know what I'm saying? Just give me a minute. I gotta bring you in like that. Hot. Guys, just chill. I gotta bring her in hot. Yes. Woo! Isn't she?
Yeah, you love this. You love this job. You're so good at this. Thank you for having me. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hey, let's give them some steps before we come and say, we're not just only for business. So when you're catching business, you're catching fun along. That's how you make the journey worthwhile. Hey, Charlie, this girl is on fire. Hey. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. Hey. This girl is on fire. Okay. Let me leave the stage so that she can bring that fire for live, like bring it live. Tanisha, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Forgive me, I've got a new hairstyle. I'm not quite used to working it yet. But it's such a pleasure to meet you. So just for a little bit of etiquette, how about in the chat box, we just make some easy communication, habits. So if I ask a question like, are you ready for me to get started? And your answer is yes, you can pop a number 1 in the chat. So is everyone ready for us to get started? Good. And if all of you could try to do that as possible, that would be great, because I like to engage every person when I'm running sessions. And then if I ask a question and the answer is no, such as, are you, have you missed today's session? You haven't missed it, so you put a number 2 for no. And if I ask a question and you're not sure, you put a number 3, okay? And then aside from that, that should make everything super quick. So if I ask any questions, just hurry up and just tap that 1, 2, or 3 so that I'm not waiting for a couple of seconds for people to type whole words, okay? But yeah, my name is Tanisha. I'm gonna share the screen in a moment so you can have a look at what I've got to present today. So EJ, if you could just let me be able to share the screen, that'd be great. But yeah, my name is Tanisha Tago. I am an enterprise development strategist. So I support people to grow, build, and sell businesses, and that's from startup phase to wherever really. I mostly work with entrepreneurs in the early stage, but I do work with quite a lot of senior executives separately. And I've been in education for 19 years now, which is crazy, and executive education for 8 years. So my talk today is all about business modeling, right? And how to ensure that you have a business model, in mind, understand how to develop and create a business model so you can understand the benefits of that for your company. So, and one thing that I usually get to ask people when we can do back and forth with voice is, what's the difference between a business model and a business plan? And most of the time, unfortunately, people can't really tell me the difference. Because you will be physically unable to tell me the difference today, I'm going to go ahead and talk about it. So for those of you who've ever written a business plan, in fact, has anyone in the room ever written a business plan before? So that'd be 1 for yes, 2 for no. Has anyone ever written a business plan before? And you can put 3 for you're in the process. Yeah, in the chat, please. Okay, so 2 people have, and about 15 people haven't replied. Right, so 3 people, there we go. So quite a few of you who have done business plans, the 3 of you who've done business plans, what you'll probably notice is that business plan kind of pretty much expired when you finish doing it, right? If you agree, put that one back. So when you're writing the business plan, as you go through it, because you're making a plan, of course, the plan changes, a pandemic comes along, the world changes, everything changes. So the plan continues to expire. As much as you update it, it continues to expire. That is the difference between a business plan and a business model. Business modeling is not about necessarily business planning. It's about taking yourself to be able to think and putting your thoughts into different boxes, thinking about different categories of information that will combine together, build out a model that you will use to operate and to therefore generate revenue, okay? So there's a really good tool for this called the business model canvas. I'll talk you through that in a moment. But the point is with the business model, the reason that we are able to do more with it than the business plan is because we're constantly able to pivot, right? We can make a change as instantly as we need to. Now, what kind of changes are we usually supposed to be trying to make for our business? We should all be looking at value, right? Business is really the exchange of value from one person to another, whether it's monetary value, whether it's services, products, etc. It's just the exchange of value. And without that exchange of value between 2 entities, people, companies, etc., we're not really operating a business because we're not operating in that exchange process. We're not operating in that trade-off process. But there are 3 types of value, all right? So the 3 types of value I like to talk to people about is 1, intrinsic value. So the ability for something to do the thing that it's supposed to do. For example, I have one of our enterprise planners here. I'm holding it. It's a folder, right? It's supposed to hold my notebook. It's holding my notebook very well. My notebook is tucked in there. The intrinsic values of this folder, when I sell it to someone, is that they're expecting it to do what I said it was going to do, which is that it will be a folder, it will zip up, it will open up, and they'll be able to put items in it, okay? Now, if the intrinsic values on that product do not match up to what I sold it as, of course, the person might not necessarily return or request a refund, but what they are more likely to do instead is just probably never buy that item from me again, and probably even worse, put out some bad word of mouth. So we have to think about our intrinsic values. We think about our personal value, and the personal values as well linked to our product. And those personal values might be something like maybe someone doesn't want to walk around with something of this color. Maybe it goes against their religious beliefs, or something of this size, or something like this goes against some personal thing that they have. So on a personal level, maybe they would buy it because intrinsically it does a good job. But on a personal level, they're not going to promote it to other people. They're not going to talk about it to other people. And then lastly, the financial value. Financial value I consider to be the least important of the 3, because most of the time, people will pay the right amount of financial value for something that they perceive to be of that value, especially when it has the intrinsic values there and it sits well with their personal. So those are those 3 values we're talking about. Now, if we think about a business plan, how would we, when we realize, for example, that the way that people work and feel, their personal values, the needs that they have intrinsically in products, those things evolve on a day-to-day basis, right? So for example, being in a session like this, literally in 2019, this time 2019, who would have thought a hybrid event like this would be so normal, right? But in reality, the intrinsic values that, audiences now expect from event managers and hosts is actually that they're going to be able to add this new intrinsic value, which is that you can access it online or offline, which is ridiculous. It's crazy. But now it's a new element that we have. So we wouldn't then go back and say, well, we need to change our whole business plan. No, what we do is we go forward and we say, what we need to do is we need to change our business model. We need to adapt our business model to be able to fit in with the changing, the changes in these values of our customer base, of our target audience. And it's the same thing with personal values. For a long time, I suppose, people were very happy with attending or really wanted to attend conferences that only had a certain type of person there, a certain look. Or maybe people only wanted to attend conferences that had people from the big six, right? But now people are really realizing that actually there's so much market potential around the world, so much opportunities to tap into the markets around the world, that really they want to be able to pivot and move straight into that opportunity. And again, this is where considering how we can, increase the value that we offer by pivoting our business model strategy quite not in a big way, but in a small way, tiny ways, incrementally, can be beneficial for us, for sales, but also for our audience, for retention, and for our customers, so they can have the right value that they seek when they actually come to take this item from us. So considering that we have to have a focus on value, right? And we need to make sure that we can always increase that value and move with that those values as much as we need to. We have to have a more business model focus than a planning focus. So of course we should write a business plan and have it. But the point I'm making is on a day-to-day basis, especially the executives, the leaders, and most of the people in the company should really understand the business model. What is the model that we use to operate? How do we make money? All right. And for those of you who are leaders, this is a feature of when you start to work on your business, which is very different to work when you're working in your business. For anyone in the room who does both, right? So let's say, for example, let's say you work in fashion and you make clothes. Making the clothes is you working inside the business. You are a tailor, you're working in the business. But you running the business, when you do accounting, marketing, sales, you're working on the business. Same as when you write your business plan and your business modeling. So this particular thing I'm teaching you today is about how to be the kind of leader that focuses on the aspect of working on the business from a business modeling approach, looking at and focusing constantly on values, what value we bring to the customer through our product, what our customer values, and how we can bridge the gap between the value we want to offer and the values our customers have, so that we offer more to them. Okay, and we'll do that through our business model. So unfortunately, I'm not able to share the screen, but don't worry, I'll talk you through it anyway. So make sure you've got pen and paper ready, because you're going to need to write down these things. I'm going to say
try again, because it's been enabled. So let's try again if you're able to.
No, I'm still not able to. No, I'm still not able to. So business model canvas. So there are 9 building blocks in the business model canvas. Please make note of these, all right? First one is key partners. The second one is key activities. The third one is key resources. The fourth one is value propositions. Then we have customer relationships, channels, customer segments, cost structure, and revenue streams, okay? Now, I'm going to talk you through each of them individually, so don't worry if you missed anything, all right? However, just please make sure that you do take note if you need to, because I'm going to give certain examples just to help to contextualize it in your mind. But it's definitely the kind of thing you'll need to do in your own time, and sit and really think about your business. So first off, before I go into it, the business model canvas was actually created by this amazing guy called Alex Osterwalder. He runs an organization called Strategizer. So the canvas itself, if you look into Google, you type in business model canvas, you should see, especially if you go to the images, you should see lots and lots and lots of images of a canvas with boxes at the top and 2 boxes at the bottom. They're cost structure and revenue streams, all right? And of course, you can download that, make a big print, put it on your wall, and use Post-it notes or something to work on it. So the first box, key partners. The question that asks you to think about is, who are the people that you need to work with in your business? Who are the key partners? Now, do these key partners necessarily always have to know that they're your key partner? No, the truth of the matter is they don't. For example, Zoom is a key partner for Gtext in this particular capacity because we're using Zoom in order to, screen the show and talk to each other, use the chat features, register, etc. So Zoom is a key partner. But does Zoom necessarily know this conference is happening right now? I mean, their computer knows. Whether we haven't had to, I'm sure there hasn't been a sit down with an official at Zoom to talk about it. So a lot of times the key partners aren't necessarily people you sign partnership agreements with. They're not even necessarily companies that are aware of your presence. They might be tools that you just use. However, the reason that they are key is that without their existence, you wouldn't be able to continue to do the thing that you do, okay? So it's important to think about those key partners. As you decide to move and change and pivot with your customer, you will increase and decrease the key partners. Again, if we look at the hybrid events as an example of an alteration to a business model, the key partners for events previously did not include Zoom, right? For face-to-face events did not include Zoom. But now events are hybrid, someone's key partner list would now grow to include Zoom, okay? Second thing is key activities. Key activities is a really, really big one because the thing is that most entrepreneurs really don't think about what it is that they're going to do every day as an entrepreneur, okay? Now, what do I mean when I say that? Okay, so you're going to start a fashion business, or you're going to start a consultancy firm, but the point is, what are you going to do on Mondays, on Tuesdays, on Wednesdays, on Thursdays? These key activities range from sending emails, doing recruitment, managing staff, onboarding staff, creating training packages, creating marketing material, etc. There's so many things that are obvious that we know we need to do generically as entrepreneurs. But then there are the things that you probably need to focus on doing in your business, because if you don't do those things, you'll probably fall short and fail, right? And that is really a major part of where companies fail, because entrepreneurs don't focus on those key activities, right? So they're just operating, and no one really knows what they're supposed to be doing, and no one knows if they're falling behind. So key activities is very, very important. It's also very important because a lot of budgeting line items are missed out when key activities are not considered. So you write a business plan, you think about all these things, you do this big financial plan, but in your key activities, you're talking about, you identify that actually, yeah, I'm going to do quite a lot of public speaking. Okay, that's not necessarily maybe covered in your business plan because it didn't come up at that time. But the point is, when you're looking at a business model, because you're constantly iterating and adding, exactly, Shambhavi, right? So you have to think about all these activities that needs to be done. But the thing is, a good point you made, Shambhavi, if you're working too much in your business, you will wear yourself thin. So the next box is about key resources. So key resources, there's 5 types of resources. There's human, digital, physical, financial, and intellectual resources, right? You can rely on all of those to thin out that workload. So of course, your human resources, who you'll delegate work to, okay? So thinking about those key resources, what you have under each of those 5 bullet points, again, fundamental to your ability to diversify, to focus on the business, to grow, to make sure that business model sticks, to make the business sustainable, and also to create the opportunity for delegation. Then we have value propositions. Now, value propositions is very much linked to the thing I said first about those 3 types of value. When we make value propositions to a customer, to a client, we really need to make sure that they understand the value that we bring and the reason why they should come to us, not the person next door. A lot of times as business owners, especially at the business planning and startup phase, but quite a lot I see even with entrepreneurs that have had a business for a year or 2, we tend to focus on the value we intended to bring to the customer. So we've got to say to the customer, you should use ours because ours is the best, okay? But what does that mean for the customer on a personal level? Maybe intrinsically, your product has the best intrinsic values. It performs the best on the market. But, for the customer, if your environment is not clean, if your processes are not clear, if your invoicing process is too slow, et cetera, the customer's going to leave. They're going to say, no, this isn't fit for me. So you need to make sure you're always communicating your value propositions to the customer in those 3 categories we discussed earlier. Then we have to think about the customer relationships. So again, something to think about. That's slightly different to what we think about in our business plan, but what kind of relationship do we want to build with our customer? Do we want a self-service relationship? Do we want a face-to-face relationship? Do we want to see them weekly, monthly? Do we want them spending a certain amount in their basket before they leave? Do we want them calling us and then we book an appointment? Like, what kind of relationship do we want to have with them? How much do we intend to do? And how much do we expect them to do? And then, of course, we have our channels. How are we actually going to communicate with these people to maintain the relationship and to build the relationship, but also to tell them that we are alive? So maybe a website, social media, etc., etc. And these channels definitely change often, and a lot of the time they require pivoting. So, for example, TikTok is a new kind of, it's not new anymore, but it's a platform that really took over in terms of marketing. But now Reels is doing that as well. So especially in terms of channels, again, why we need to be looking at a business model from a business modeling perspective, sometimes you need to pivot the channel. Sometimes the best way to send a message is email. Sometimes it's to use your website. Sometimes it's actually text message. Text messaging is still a very, very, very useful channel around the world. Then we move into customer segments. So customer segments is really asking you, well, which segment of the market are you actually focused on? You don't necessarily have to focus on one segment, but focusing on everyone and saying, I want it to be for everyone is a waste of money. And it's a waste of money because you can't spend money marketing to everyone. You have to pick a core group of people who you know are fascinated by or will be fascinated by your product and service. You know that not only they'll be fascinated by it, they're more likely to be able to afford it, then to pay for it, and then to use it, and then to give positive feedback about it. And those people, they are your core target audience. Now, they might be men of a certain age, so that's one segment. Women of a certain age, that's another segment. Or people in one country that work at a certain job, that's another segment. Do you know what I mean? So they can be different segments in terms of the market, but the point is that they're all going to absolutely adore your product. Now, the reason I say it's too expensive for marketing is because if you even think about doing advertising and marketing, you have to do graphics that create graphics that talk to that person. So if you're talking to 18-year-old girls, that's what your graphics has to look like. So it can't look like you're talking to 45-year-old men, because that message is not going to translate to the 18-year-old girls. They're not even going to see the flyer or the information. Now, the last two boxes, they are revenue streams and cost structure, the last two things to think about in our business modeling for this particular talk. There are a lot of other things to think about, but this particular canvas, these are the last two. So they're cost structure and then the revenue streams. Now, with the cost structure, every single thing that I've just said and everything you note down on your canvas in your business model will have a cost, or it will bring you money, or it will do both. So for example, PayPal. PayPal has transaction fees, costs money. But because of PayPal, you get paid. So it also brings money, right? So sometimes there'll be a bit of both. What you need to do then is you need to start figuring out how much does each of these things cost in this business model that I want to have and I want to build. And many times when I do this for entrepreneurs, we find that the financial data that comes out of this process is a lot more accurate than the data that came out of their business planning process. Because the business planning process is usually a lot more strict, a lot more stiff, whereas this is so creative and it invites you to think about so many different things that also come with a cost, but it also might come with revenue earning potential, right? So then in the same way, once you then understand the cost of everything, you'll then be able to think to yourself, well, actually, if it's going to cost me, I don't know, 100,000 dirhams to open this business properly with an office, all the staff, everything in an ideal world in terms of the business model I want to use. And that's, it spreads out to be just under 10,000 dirhams a month. Then really, I need to make sure I'm making at least 15,000 dirhams a month, right? I need to be breaking even. So then when you look at the revenue streams and you start to write those down, you will be able to use an appropriate pricing method because you're really genuinely considering the actual cost now of each of those items. So you need to make sure that your revenue streams will bring you more money per month than your costs, right? And this is the beauty of a business model canvas. So I feel like a business model canvas is one of the best things that an entrepreneur should do. It doesn't matter which stage of your business you're in, you must always have access to something visual that represents your business model, represents the building blocks that I just mentioned to you. And on a monthly, if not bi-monthly basis, you should always be willing to pop in there and have a look at it and have a look at the opportunities and the ways in which you can pivot, okay? And pivoting, like I mentioned before, is very, very, very important because, of course, we need to make sure that we can survive any terrain that comes at us, right? And the pandemic was such a good example of people so focused on their plan that they were unable to pivot and move. And this was not just small businesses. This was also big businesses, brick and mortar businesses. In the UK, we have a company called Primark. In Europe, we have a company called Primark. Primark kept their shops being only physical shops till this day. And they were lucky to survive it, but they were losing millions a week or a month. I remember seeing an article, they were losing like 6 million a month. Whereas other companies just absolutely couldn't afford that kind of loss. And so they ended up shutting down. But there are so many ways in which newer, smaller businesses pivoted in that time. And because they did that pivot, they were able to not just survive the pandemic, but also grow and thrive in ways that many other bigger companies earning way more money with lots more staff will never be able to catch up with them. Okay, so if you are in business, whether you work in a company, you run a company, or you're thinking about it, constantly make sure that you make note and think of business models, and not just your own business model. When you start to really think about what I've just said to you, you'll start to look at other people's companies and you'll really be able to see the skeleton of their business model. And that will give you so much freedom, because you'll understand that actually there's only a few models for certain industries and certain types of companies and certain processes. So really understanding the model, that's the magic. That's the magic. You go into a shop and you think, oh, I wonder who their key partners are. Or you'll be like, oh my God, I have just realized that my competitor, that brand, that must be a key partner of theirs, okay? Or that thing that I see they do, or okay, let me have a look at my competitors' channels. What channels do my competitors use? Because I'm using Instagram, but turns out they're using email. Okay, well, maybe I should change that. Or if you're wondering, well, why don't my customers buy from me often? What relationship do your competitors try to build with the customers? And what relationship do you try to build? Maybe the reason your customers buy so much from your competitors is because they prefer that kind of relationship. Right? So with, for example, my ladies and gents entrepreneurship clubs, people really come to us because of that customer relationship. They enjoy the club, they enjoy talking to me, they enjoy hearing me talk, they enjoy talking to each other and networking. So the customer relationship is really what they come for. And for that reason alone, we've had to put a separate price on the actual club relationship part to the actual product, which is the bootcamp, because people fell in love so much with the customer relationship aspect. And even just on that point, I want to mention that just even our customer relationship alone, every single aspect of these building blocks, but customer relationship alone really has a lot of potential now in present day for earning and revenue. There's an amazing thing which we do, and a lot of people are starting to do now. There's not enough data on it yet in instruction, but it's referred to as community as a service. Because actually what it turns out is that through the pandemic, a lot of people have decided that the values that some of the intrinsic values that they want, or some of the personal values that they want to have from the companies and brands they work with, is community. And they're willing to pay money to feel like they're in a community, to be in that community. And again, this is something that we're able to see and easily change once we look at our company more from a business modeling perspective than from the closed-minded, I already have my business plan, this is the plan I have, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it to the last day. All right, so that's pretty much makes the end of my talk. If you feel like you've got most of what I was saying, please put number 1 in the chat. And if you feel like you've got questions, please put the questions in, or if you want to say something. Customer relationship is the smartest way to sell. Exactly, Toya, and it is the smartest way to sell. It really, really is. Really, really, really is. So thank you. Thank you, Sam. Hey, EJ. Welcome back, darling.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for that amazing session. Guys, where's the answer? Where's the 1, 2s, and 3s? She just asked a question.
Did you feel like you understood most of it? Did you feel like you got most of it? If a lot of it went over your head, put number 3. If it was just a lot, put number 3. And I hope for some people, okay, good. Thank you very much. Even if it felt like a lot, I think the beauty of this particular session is that it's recorded, right? Yeah. So you'll be able to go back and really watch it. Because actually business modeling is not something that fits into a 20 or 30-minute talk. It's also not something that you do once, especially with my clients. We do it all the time. In fact, this weekend, I'm off to do another business modeling session with a client. And we've done this many times. Because the moment, if you spend enough time looking at your business from an outside perspective, you'll really see opportunities and you'll need to revisit that plan. Okay? Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. So, somebody says would help to have your presentation.
Yes, it would have helped. But like I said, you can have a Google. So if you just put business model canvas into Google, most of what I said was just me talking. But the model canvas itself, there are lots of images and templates of it in Google. And I think there's also like websites where you can fill it out online and things like that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So guys, if you have any question for Tanisha, now would be a great time to ask, so that, she can take 1 or 2 questions. If you are on Zoom and you would like to ask the question directly, just raise your hand and we can, bring you in. We can upgrade you to being a panelist and you can come on the screen to ask your question. That is something that you're comfortable with. But if not, you can just type your question in the comment section. Let us ask Tanisha, and then before we wrap this session up, any question. Don't ever be afraid to ask questions. Never. And no question is unnecessary. Every question is a question. Like, even if you wanted to ask Tanisha, like, what's the meaning of your name?
What do you mean? I don't know the meaning. I know the origin, but I don't know the meaning. But you know what? Whilst people are thinking and just think, how long did it take you to realize this was your expertise? That is such a good question, Shambavi. Right. So I'll tell you the truth, because someone else asked me the other day, they were like, well, why do you coach and work with entrepreneurs like this? Why do you do this? I realized a very long time ago, something that someone actually said to me this week, and I realized quite a long time ago that I do have an ability to simplify information. And it's very funny because when the person told it to me, it was very complicated the way they were trying to tell me. But I do have an ability to simplify information. And so actually I've been teaching and I had a passion for teaching. In fact, my first job was actually as a teaching assistant. That was 20 years ago now. So I always knew I had an ability to teach, okay, and to train. But then as I moved through life, I changed the topics that I was teaching on. Business and entrepreneurship, when I first started my own businesses, I found it really, really difficult to find other entrepreneurs to tell me what to do. I now know it's because it's so messy. No one wants to, is everything okay with my sound, DJ?
Yeah, I can hear you. Tony, can you hear her? Because it's clear over here.
Yeah, it's clear here. Yeah, many entrepreneurs, when we start, we really, thank you, Tony, and we really want to ask advice, but people don't tell us, and we don't understand why they're telling us. We think, is it because they don't like me? Is it because they're greedy? Is it because they're selfish? But in reality, if you think about it, in your current position, do you feel 100% confident to go out giving other people advice? Probably not. And that I realized, it took me a long time to realize that the reason that people weren't answering a lot of my straight questions, like, who do you use for your accounting? How do you do this? Was probably because they didn't have an accountant, or they weren't doing it properly, or they didn't trust their methods. And so really they were protecting me, right? And I know sometimes it doesn't feel that way, but actually in answer to your question, when I realized I was good at this, was when I realized a lot of people didn't know how to articulate the things that they had figured out. And so I decided that what I would do is every time I figure something out, I would try and share it with other people. And that, I've been doing that for a very long time. And only over the last 3 years was I able to turn it into a proper solid curriculum with lots of information, everything. EJ mentioned she's done our bootcamp twice now, and really bring that in. So when I realized I could actually combine my ability to simplify information with my ability to learn lessons, I realized I could teach the lessons I had learned to other people to make things easy for them. Vera said, what's intrinsic value? So intrinsic value is about the ability of something to do what you say it does. So for example, we've got this pen, right? You tell me this pen is great. This is a great pen. It says here, I don't know if you can see, but it says here is document proof. I don't know what that means. It's not right on my document. It says it's super true gel, super true, right? So when we sell, we tell our customers things. We tell our customers information. We say, look, right here as well, cushion tip. It has a cushion tip. And the customer begins to develop these expectations. These are the intrinsic values the customer is looking for. So they already had a mission to find a pen with a cushion tip, 0.7 size, and all these things, super true gel. Now, when they take our pen and they go to use our pen, if those intrinsic values are not to the quality and the standard that the customer is expecting, they will then look for another pen. Maybe they will not return the pen, but they'll definitely try to get the intrinsic values that they want. So the values that are inside of this item, right? In relation to sales, products, and services, they're usually the values we tell the customer that the item has, unless there are some scenarios where the customer can assume, right? So for example, if I say I'm a charitable organization, the customer might assume I give money to kids. Maybe I don't give money to kids. Maybe I give money to old people. Maybe I give money to dogs. But they think there's a large amount of assumption. And so they may attach those intrinsic values and expectations that they have for charities on a whole to mine. And when they then find out that I do not donate to kids, but I donate to adults, they may decide that it's not for them because it doesn't sit with them in terms of the intrinsic values they're looking for the relationship, but also maybe their personal values. So that's what we refer to by intrinsic values when we talk about values for sales.
Thank you. Yeah, Santosh.
Yeah, then I think would love to know your definition of customer. You're welcome, Vera. So for me, I do not think it's good for us to even use the word customer, to be honest with you. I think when we use the word customer, then we think about sales, we think about being pushy, being aggressive, or taking something from someone. I like to just think of all of us more like separate entities, okay? But the customer, in my opinion, should be the person who we are servant to, okay? We serve the customer. Without the customer having a need, there is no demand for us. We are irrelevant. So for me, my definition of the customer is more from a perspective, a mindset approach. Oh, you like that? Good. I'm very happy that you're happy. It's thinking, look, what is the problem that EJ has? How can I help EJ to resolve that problem, right? And at the same time, possibly resolve my problems, which may be money, but they may not. Because again, in terms of customer and that service exchange, it's just value for value, right? So it doesn't necessarily matter if you're selling something or if it's for free, but you should always try and have an equal exchange for value. And the reason you have to do that is also because in our minds as people, we like to go for a hustle, we like to go for a deal and a haggle. But the truth is, we respect ourselves and the person that gives it to us a little bit less every time it's free. And that free is about more than finance. If we do not feel like we earned that freebie, we don't appreciate it. Very often I'll give away a free space to people on my boot camp as a prize winner. They don't even turn up. Why? Because they don't feel like they earned it. But then you'll have someone else and maybe I'll give them a 90% discount because I know that, maybe their industry's been shut down and I just really want to get them in, or a free month. I do a lot of free months, etc. In the first month, which was past now. But there's so many different ways I offer to people, and some people will work so hard for it, right? That because they've worked hard for it, they feel like the value exchange is balanced and they stick to target, stick to the goal, stick to using the thing that they purchased with value, okay? So customer, I don't always see them as, people that we take money from. I like to see them as people who we serve. And if we think about how best to serve them, then we'll always do a better thing. Exactly. Servant leadership is the best way forward. I'm so glad you agree. Yes. After relationship, when is the best time to sell? The best time to sell to someone is always. There is a marketing funnel, all right? There's a marketing funnel that you can use. It talks about when people develop awareness, et cetera, to purchase. But I find most of us as people, we know what we want, we know what we don't want, all right? Definitely, it's always important to build relationships with people, to understand people, but not every business requires that. If you sell pens, you don't need a relationship. With me, you just need to sell me your pen. So it's always a good idea to always be selling, right? People should always know what you sell, but you don't have to always be direct selling. So people don't have to know that you're selling, you don't have to sell it to them. For example, when people meet me and they say, what do you do? I say, I'm an enterprise development and startup strategist. I help people start, build, grow, and sell businesses. I don't then say, do you want one? Do you want to work with me? So, do you know what I mean? So in the relationship, you can always be selling, but you just got to be smart about it. People should always know what you do because they might be the person that refers you. And so if you're too afraid to tell people what you do, no one's ever going to know what you do. So that's why you can't, exactly, right? That's why you can't never be selling. You have to always be selling, but you don't have to always be direct selling. All right. Just always be putting yourself in a position where people see value, they see the value you offer, they can think in their own mind about whether or not they want to do a value exchange with you, or if they feel like the value you offer might be more valuable in the hands of someone else.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tanisha. Like, you have persisted. You did not disappoint me. I'm so proud of you.
You got me up, AJ. It's so funny.
So much. So
I think there's one question. Yeah.
But our time is fast spent, and our next speaker is already on ground, ready to take the stage that I'm sitting on right now, you know what I'm saying? So we gotta, just open the way and prepare the road for the next speaker to come on stage. You know what I'm saying? But I know that you have enjoyed Tanisha's session. And I'm surprised, like you're asking questions, and none of you is saying, please, Tanisha, please, where can I connect with you? Because I wanna ask more questions. Okay, so that should be the next question on your lips. Tanisha, if people want to connect with you here, how can they do that? So that, they can then, take it forward. For example, for women that are here, I really feel like you can be a part of her entrepreneurship club, even just the club first, maybe not the boot camp yet. You can be a member of our community. It's such a safe space. I can tell you that. I can give you that one for free, right? It's a safe space for women in business. And you know how lonely this business thing can be sometimes, but it doesn't have to be lonely because there are other people like you across the globe. And that's the beauty about it. It's global. It's a global world.
Yeah, we have 68 women in, I think we're 18 countries now. Exactly. 68 female entrepreneurs actively running their business, supporting each other in there.
Absolutely. So she has dropped her Instagram handle. Please rush her now. Go follow her up so that you can get all the details to be a part of our community. I'm there. You're gonna meet me there. So I'm just saying, so you don't think we are going to be together again. You can't run away from me. I'm like a shadow now. But thank you so much, Tanisha, for being here, connecting all the way from Ghana. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. And, I look forward to the amazing things that we still have to uncover and to do together. Thank you so much. So please, before Tanisha leaves the stage, everybody, can you please say thank you, Tanisha? Thank you, thank you. Insta handle, yes, she dropped it in the comment section. It's the Enterprise Strategist. Were you waiting to see Tanisha, right? No. She is a saleswoman. She sells with everything.
Always be selling, baby. All right, it was lovely. Have a great day. I'm going to watch the next session anyway. So see you. Bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tanisha. Thank you. All right. Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for enjoying the first speaker for the day. Now we'll move on swiftly to our next speaker. And our next speaker today, I know most of us are here. We're waiting. Where are the ones? Drop in the comment section. One. You know yourself? Yes, this person. I don't know. I'm just so amazed at the genuinity of this person and how he's sincerely genuine, to help people, to help businesses, and it's just amazing, right? So our next speaker is going to be talking on relationship marketing strategies. Like nobody does it better than him, right? He builds relationship before even talking about business, and that's so brilliant, and I can't wait for him to share some of his thoughts on that. He's a logistic professional for the past 29 years, and he has a deep passion for motivational speaking, training and coaching. Training and coaching inspired him to pursue new dimensions of enlightenment. And as a thought leader, speaker, and success coach of substantial merit, he consistently challenges individuals, especially business owners, to shun mediocrity and unlock their true intrinsic potential, starting right at the basics. He followed his father's footsteps into the international shipping and logistic industry in a career spanning India and UAE. His core value includes commitment, trust, and going the extra mile. And he does go the extra mile, I kid you not. Which are sterling hallmark of his personality. He builds and evolves communities. Yes, he does. And I'm a proud member of one of his communities, right? While bringing people together through meaningful and mutually beneficial connection that nurture new opportunities and possibility. And this gentleman is none other than Sridhar Venkataraman. All the way, yes, right here. I'm going to be stepping off the stage now. Yes, I want to see see my people. You guys want to connect. You guys are the best. Look at you in the comment section representing. Yes, keep representing as we bring him up on stage. I'm going to literally step out of stage for him to step in, please. The stage is yours.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Yes, please. I'm just going to set that up quickly. Yes, he's on stage. I think we have it here. So I think you might need to reduce it. Otherwise, if it's full screen, you'll be able to share it here. So it's still back here. You want to share now?
Let me start in the lecture.
Okay, go.
Hello, everyone. Good day and or good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. It's amazing to be here live talking to all of you. And thank you very much, EJ, for that amazing introduction that you gave about me to all the audience. It's great to be here at the Gtext Hub and sharing my knowledge, the practices that I do, the learnings that I have with all of you. And it's a purpose in my life to enrich the minds of all those who come under my influence. And that's exactly what I'm doing today. I'm really honored and thankful to EJ for giving me this opportunity. So let me quickly share the screen that I have for you, and then I'll begin with that. Okay, so I hope you can see the screen. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about relationship marketing strategies, and EJ has introduced me already, so I'm not going to talk about that. So I begin with the top 5 challenges that startups or small business owners face. A research done worldwide by an organization came up with these results. A, finding new clients, feast or famine cycle of business, managing time and staying productive, maintaining work-life balance, and having too many hats to wear. So whenever during my presentation I mention SME, I mean startups, solopreneurs, MSMEs or micro SMEs, and SMEs, of course. So I'll just say SMEs. How many of these challenges that you are encountering or do you resonate with? What I'm going to be sharing with you today is going to probably help you overcome almost all of these challenges if you learn it and if you implement it and if you kind of constantly use it in your life, in your business. So let me, without further ado, go ahead and share with you what I have to share. We as business owners are constantly surrounded with people everywhere we go. We have clients, we have suppliers, we have family, friends, staff, associate, partners, network members. The question here is, are we building consciously quality relationship with people that are there around us? Some of us may say, yes, I do. But the question is to ask ourselves towards the end of the presentation, because as I'm going to share with you, you can question yourself and say, hey, am I really consciously building quality relationship with people around me? The thing is that, see, large organizations, MNCs, corporates have a marketing budget. They have a marketing team. So they do all these things in terms of marketing their business. But as small business owners or SMEs, we bring ourselves to the table. We bring our feelings, our emotions, and our energy to the table to meet people and to be able to connect with them. So unless we are doing it consciously, it is tough. So, and I'll be sharing with you why I keep saying this. When a research was done with worldwide with business owners, small business owners, it was found that more than 70% of the people said that their business comes through referrals or word of mouth. Almost the percentage was 70 to 100% where they said it's through referral or word of mouth. But the question here is, as business owners, I ask you to introspect and ask yourself, do you know from where you get your business right now? What are the activities that you are doing which is resulting in new clients or new business? Is it PR? Is it advertising? Is it cold calling? Is it social media marketing? Because if you are aware, it's great. If you're not, then I will ask you to now go ahead and introspect, because it's very important to be aware of what activity am I doing that is getting me the business, and to be able to do more of it. So for example, if you're doing cold calling and you're getting a lot of new business, then I think you should be doing more of that. But if it's referral and networking, then the idea is, am I doing more of it? Am I doing more consciously of it? So for example, now social media marketing, a lot of people rely on social media marketing to get clients, but there is a difference here. Now, social media marketing may get you a lot of leads, but quality clients still could be coming through word of mouth or referral. And referrals, my dear friends, happen only when there is a relationship between the person giving you the referral and you. So if the relationship is really good, the referral is also of a good quality and good nature. And the referral, if the relationship is not really good, it's cold or it's just lukewarm, probably the person is giving you a referral out of the tendency of wanting to help you, but then probably it's again a lead and not a referral. So the question here is, if my business grows and I get new clients more through referrals and networking, am I doing more of it? So I come back to this question. We are all surrounded with people, and in my experience in so many years of working with business owners, when I have really examined and sit with them and analyze, they just come up with two sources of referral that are main for them, which is A, happy, satisfied clients are their major source of referral. And the second is probably either some friends or business network members that pass their referrals to them. But then, as an expert, I can tell you that if you really identify your network, all the people that you have in your network, and then identify, even staff could be, your team members could be passing you referrals because they are part of a network. They are probably part of church or a yoga group or a sports group, or they are also amongst people all the time when they are not working. Are they talking about your organization? There are strategic partners that you could be developing. There are suppliers who could also be giving you referrals. So developing consciously relationship with people around us is very important to be able to sustainably grow our business. And I will be sharing with you towards the end as to why am I talking about this instead of, and what authority do I have to be talking about? How have I taken my business to a level where I'm able to do it sustainably? Okay, so this was supposed to be a PowerPoint, but then it's a PDF. So you see this hodgepodge, but then don't worry, I will take you through this. Now, let's say you have a set of prospective clients that you need to have in the next, say, a month or 2 months or 6 months. Let's say you need to have 10 new prospective clients for your business. The global average says that you will be spending 8 to 10 hours before you are in front of those clients. That includes everything, right from identifying who the client is, making your own research, identifying who the key decision maker is, putting your efforts into calling that organization, talking to the receptionist, and everything that you do put together is probably like about 8 to 10 hours before you are in front of them, which means if you are wanting to add 10 new clients, you're putting in like 80 to 100 hours before you're even in front of them, having your first meeting. But then, of all the people that you have in your network, let's say, including family, friends, business associates, partners, suppliers, vendors, is it possible that any one of them or some of them could be knowing the decision maker in that prospective client so well that they can open the doors for you immediately if you ask them? And how much time will they take to be able to do that? Probably not more than 5 to 10 minutes, based on the relationship that you have with them, based on the confidence that they have on you about your delivery, about your the product and the services that you offer. They will not take more than 5 or 10 minutes to be able to open doors for you. And the best part is there are additional advantages of, if we call them the referral source, there are more advantages to going through a referral source than directly approaching the prospective clients. First, the prospective clients who come through referral sources will be more receptive. They will say, hey, let me see what you have to offer, and they'll be with an open mindset. They'll be giving you a warm reception and listening to you more. Second, the chances of conversion of client is much higher when you go through a referral source than when you knock into the doors yourself. I'm sure all of you will agree. And third, most important thing is that a referred client has greater chance of referring more clients than one that you knock the doors off and go by yourself. So there are many more benefits, but then I've just listed 3 top benefits that you have while going through a referral source than directly knocking into the doors of prospective clients. Now, I'm not saying you should not do direct prospecting, but then if you can slowly shift into a habit of identifying key referral sources and be able to strategically identify great your dream clients or cream clients with whom you could be working and going through this referral sources, the chances of getting them is much higher. So having known about this, now can we say that since we are saving almost 7 hours and 55 minutes or 15 minutes with every prospective client, can I invest this time in building quality relationship with my referral sources, in identifying them, in building relationship with them? So is that not working smart and then working hard? So that is the whole idea. Yeah. So I also call this that identify these golden geese that are laying the egg for you and nurture them and build relationship with them and feed them rather than all the time looking for the golden egg yourself. So the golden geese concept versus the golden egg. As business owners, it's not just referrals that we all the time need. It's not just business that we all the time need. There is a need for information. There is a need for support. For example, now, there are so many issues in running a business in terms of we may need administrative issues, we may have administrative issues, we may have HR issues, we may have legal issues, we may have accounting issues. Have you got a pool of advisors whereby you can just pick up the phone and talk to them and get an idea as to how you could be handling a situation or a challenge that you have in time? That's your I. Do you have a pool of advisors who could be giving you that information, much needed information that you need? The second is support. As a business owner, I heard EJ saying a few minutes back that you don't need to feel lonely at the top. Yet we all feel lonely at the top. We are having to pull ourselves up many a times. We feel demotivated. So are there people in your pool of advisors or supporters who you can reach out to when you have to bounce back off an idea, a new idea, when you have to share any conflicts, when you have to get encouragement? So that's the support. So when you are networking and when you're looking at your pool of people in your network, you just don't need to all the time look at, hey, am I going to get a client from this person or not? If this person is not likely to refer a client, then he is of no use or she is of no use. No, there is a greater use that they can add or greater value they can add to you and your business than just bringing in referrals or clients. It could be information, it could be support. So if we are more open-minded to meeting people and seeing how we can add value to them or they can add value to us, probably there is a bigger picture out there that can be achieved as a business owner. And something that I want to add again here is I encourage always business owners to be part of community and also work on positioning themselves and working on branding themselves. For example, there's always a tendency of a client to easily buy from someone who is an expert in their industry than from someone who is not really known. Now, in terms of skills, probably both are equally good, or the other person who's not known is much better. But then someone who's an author, someone who goes on speaking engagements, someone who does blogs, someone who goes on radio or TV is considered an expert, and people tend to easily buy from them than from anyone else. So the question is, in your industry, are you an expert? Are you taking advantage of these channels of going on radio or TV or writing a book or positioning yourself as an expert? Again, building relationship comes handy here, because there is two ways of getting things done. Either you have a lot of money, you can engage a PR company who can position you, who can brand you, and who can put you on newspapers or TVs and radios, or you can build relationships strategically, quality relationship, and create a community or network whereby not only are people encouraging each other to take such steps, at the same time, they can open doors for each other into such channels. So again, an important reason why we should be building relationship. So the question is, I've spoken so much about the need for building quality relationship. The question now is, how do I build these quality relationships? What do I need to be doing to be building these quality relationships? The answer is very simple. This is no big secret, and the secret is by this one. Yeah, the secret is of giving. Giving without expectation. So there are two forms of giving. One is strategic, and the other is without expectation, which again turns on the spiritual aspect of it. So I am a very spiritually inclined person. I believe in running my life and my business in a highly spiritual manner, which means, and I will elaborate a little more on that a little later. So if there is someone out there who is a non-believer or believes that, hey, come on, we are running a business, why bring spirituality into it? Just bear with me. So we'll talk about it a little more as we go along. So the first one is the strategic form of giving, which is build mastermind alliances or strategic alliances with people that are there in your network, or people that you can identify by networking who could become a part of your strategic alliances or mastermind alliances. So there are two things. First is, we all don't have all the skills to grow our business or achieve our goals and vision. We may be experts in certain area, but we certainly do not possess every single skill or knowledge that is needed to become highly successful. So there are people out there having those skills. Again, it is humanly impossible to do everything all by ourselves. So there are people out there who are having those skills, those knowledge, those expertise. So can I form these strategic alliances whereby I can dive into that pool of skills or knowledge that is available in my pool and make my own life easy? So that is one form of relationship building. And the other is a mastermind alliance, where you say, okay, fine, there are out there professions which complement with mine. So industries that complement with mine. Can I form a strategic alliance with all these people and be able to pass on business and get business back in a strategic way and much more proactively and easily? So to give you an example, for example, an advertising company and a website company could form a strategic alliance, and because every time an advertising company gets a client, they need to be doing everything for them, probably like even including websites. So the website guy could get clients easily. And same thing, the website guy could again pass on clients for the advertising guy. And even by giving a great service, he is doing a relationship building activity with the advertising guy. And there are so many examples like these. For example, financial advisors who are out there giving financial advice and insurance policies and stuff like that could form alliance with legal law firms or will writers, because both of them complement each other in such a way that they could be referring clients for each other. So are you looking out for professions out there, or are you looking at each and every profession as a competition for you? So collaboration, I believe, is the way forward. So if you even find someone who is in the same profession as you, you can identify your niche areas and say, hey, I don't do what you do, although we are in the same profession, Can we form an alliance whereby I can pass referrals to you or business to you and you can do the same thing for me? So again, when I said giving strategically, no alliance or whether it is mastermind alliance or strategic alliance or any relationship can hold for long unless we are giving. So, and it all starts with giving. I'm sure we all have heard of the age-old policy of, the adage that give and take policy. Even there, if you see, the give comes first. So in any relationship, we need to be giving first. And only by giving do we get back from people and keep people interested. So even in this strategic alliances that you form, you have to constantly be giving your best and giving your, in terms of value addition to the group. And you could be achieving your business goals and vision easily if you form such alliances and get the support of all these people in that alliance. And moving on, the second part of it is, do I restrict giving only to this strategic alliance and this mastermind alliance? Do I not give to someone who I feel that cannot give back to me or is not part of the strategic alliance? No, the question is no. Because we need to be also looking at another aspect, which I use a lot, which is, I was in 2012 for the first time introduced to the philosophy of what goes around comes around, or the karma philosophy, or the giver's gain philosophy. That changed my world completely, the way I do business, the way I look at life. And I am a firm believer of whatever thoughts, words, and deeds that we put out into this world, into this universe, is going to come back to us. Whether it is good thoughts, words, and deeds, or whether it is thoughts, words, and deeds which are inappropriate. And they are going to come back in the same form to us. So all those of you who agree with me and believe in this karma philosophy of what goes around comes around and know of it, the question to ask ourselves is, are we not just believing in it, are we doing it? Are we actually taking action around it? So if we are giving without expectation to people in other business owners who may necessarily not be able to give back to us, it's fine, because it's a good deed done. It's going to come back to us. And added to that, the next segment which I'm going to share with you is the law of increasing returns. And when I came to know about this is something that I already knew, and is something that we all probably already know, but then it completely opened my mind to something. This law of increasing returns means that when you plant an apple seed, you don't just get one apple. You get a whole tree of apples, and year on year, that tree bears you apples. So the nature has an amazing way of giving back to you multifold of whatever action you do. Again, it applies equally to good or bad action, good or bad thoughts, good or bad words. So why not do good deeds around us with people? And that is one of the reasons why I really believe in building community and supporting business owners. Yes, all of them may not become my clients. All of them may not be able to give back to me, whether it is monetarily or whether it is in any form, but that doesn't matter, because, and how it is helping me is something I will share with you in a little while before I end this session. So I believe a lot in these two things. One is the karma philosophy, which is what goes around comes around, and combined with that, the law of increasing returns, which is when I do something good and which is going to come back to me, it is not going to come back to me in 1:1 ratio. It is going to come back to me probably in 1:100 ratio or 1:1000 ratio, or whatever ratio the universe has in its capabilities or thoughts. So I am reminded of Jim Rohn's amazing quote here: only by giving are you able to receive more than you already have. So I nurture a farming mindset all the time, and I always tell the people around me that networking and being a part of community is not about always being me-centric. It's about cultivating relationship. It's about having a farming mindset. So unfortunately, I know that most business owners are consumed by on a daily basis by the habit of, hey, where am I going to get my next client from? Hey, what am I going to do today? Hey, I have to deliver that project. Hey, I have to deliver that quote or the offer. Hey, where am I going to? How am I going to pay my next invoice or bill? So they are consumed totally about me. How do I spruce up my website? What next sales activity do I need to do? But if we are able to dedicate some amount of time on a daily basis, till that becomes a mindset, till that becomes a subconscious act, I'm telling you, a farming mindset on a long-term period gets you amazing results. And trust me, don't question yourself that, hey, whole of last month, I had a farming mentality and nothing happened. Hey, no, you don't grow a farm in 1 day or a 1 month or 6 months. You have to be nurturing it on a daily basis for eternity. Because if at the end of the day, that farm is feeding me and giving me a lot of yield, why am I going to stop that? Yeah. So what are the hindrances that could come in our way in getting into doing this? The hindrances is, as I said, most of the time, it's our mindset of anxiety, of fear. Where am I going to get my next client from? It's our behavioral styles. So we all act and react in a particular way. Our behavioral styles could come in between in terms of building relationship or cultivating relationship. We are wired in a particular way as human beings, all of us. And we are having a certain habits. So being able to identify what is the way I act and react, what are my habits, how am I wired, how can I change or transform myself over a period of time, one step at a time, is going to probably over a period of time create a growth mindset, create a different mindset and a nurturing mindset. So couple of things that come as hindrances is A, our own behavioral styles, and B, our existing mindset or current habits. So that is why I keep, whenever I'm working with business owners and whenever I'm talking, whenever I'm enriching people's mind, I say, don't look at transforming yourself in 1 day. It's all about consciously, can I have 23 hours for myself and 1 hour for the community that I'm part of or the network that I'm part of? And then slowly take it to a level where that becomes a complete subconscious mind level activity. Last but not the least, as EJ introduced me and said, I run a logistics business and I'm in this industry for 29 years. The beauty about how I have transformed my business to a level today, wherever I am, is that I don't have a salesperson. I don't do sales. And my business is growing anywhere between 5 to 20% every year. And this is purely because of two things, which I shared with you. A, strategic alliances that I have built, and B, all that I do in terms of looking out for the other business owners by building community. And why do I build communities is again something related to my childhood and the events that happened and all those things. And I'm happy to share with all of you over one-to-one, or you're welcome to follow me on my LinkedIn. I think the time is running out and I will now, do we have time for some questions? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take 2 questions. So let me join you on stage.
Okay. And remember, I shared in my social media post, anyone can market their business with enough cash, but with limited funds, it takes real skills. The skills of building quality relationship consciously, building your network, building your ecosystem, whereby you can proactively keep getting business all the time. And you don't have to worry about, hey, if I go on vacation, will my business come to a standstill? No, because you have built an ecosystem which is feeding you and bringing you business.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so quick. I love this. You came
Yeah.
prepared. All right, so we're sharing the stage now. Okay, so where is the comment? I want to see the comment buzzing. Where is the comment section? Yeah, there we go. Okay, awesome, awesome. I see you, Shambavi. Yes, thank you. Please, the volume is low. Can somebody be done? I can barely hear the speaker. Really? Oh, please check yours. Maybe increase your volume because others are saying they can hear clearly. Please. Thank you so much. So you can see if you have your QR code scanner, you can quickly scan this to follow Srida on LinkedIn. He's very active there, and that's where we met personally. So if you have a question, now would be a good time. I know we're out of time. Thank you so much, Shambavi. I know we're out of time, but we'll take one question before I let Srida leave the stage. So if you have a question, please ask. Well, thank you so much, Srida, for sharing.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, EJ.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
you deserve it. Like you won my heart, literally.
And I'm so passionate about it, I tend to go overboard.
It happens to the best of us. Yeah. Like when we are in the zone of talking about what we're passionate about, like time flies, like time does not exist, it just freezes. Like I'm sure that if I give you the next 4 hours, you can keep going.
Absolutely. I just had to comprise what I do for 30 hours into 30 minutes.
Exactly. But it shows that you're really passionate about what you do. And I'm sure that's how you captured my heart. Yeah. And I'm 100%, recommending, and I can vouch for his community. We are called One Community. I mean, right now you'll be watching this. If you're watching this from anywhere, you'll be like, hey, Drew, why are you in every community? I'm trying to practice what he's teaching. Because at the end of the day, yes, how many places can I really go to, right? But with the amount of people that I know, I can get the referrals that I need. You can know what I do for a living, and you can refer me, and I can refer him. And that's how come we're here on this stage together today. So absolutely, what Srida is teaching, he is practicing, and he's been able to teach us as well, because I think you have a meeting you have every week. Yeah, where he talks to new people, like every week. He just has this networking event and he talks to new people, no strings attached, just introduce yourself. And so you also get to meet other business owners across the globe. So fantastic session you had there. All right, so no question, I guess. You've done an amazing job.
Thank you.
You've done an amazing job that there are no questions.
But then I don't know if they were able to hear me, because there was this comment which we missed out.
Yeah, that somebody is, but was everybody able to hear him when he was speaking? If you were able to hear clearly, please type 1 in the comment section so we know at least. Even when you get to watch the replay, because the replay will be available, so you can still watch and listen again. Okay, we have a lot of ones that says they heard you clearly.
Great,
awesome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you for patiently listening to me, and I will take leave now. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
All right, fantastic session over there. Thank you so much for everybody who has connected online and those of us who are here. I don't know if the team is screening are you showing the stage as well? So we have a few people who are here live with us at Gtext Hub. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you've been having an amazing time since the beginning of this event. Now, without further ado, I am going to be bringing on my next guest. I'm going to be bringing on my next speaker, and my next speaker is chilling right now. He is an expert in marketing, and he has this amazing platform where he teaches people to also market and to basically build skills, relevant skills when it comes to selling, when it comes to referral, marketing, and things like that. And we are going to be bringing him up shortly. But before I do, let me just quickly read his very short and succinct profile. Look at them calling his name already. Awesome. Sam Harvard is the founder of LearnoFlix Inc., a trial web app focused on learning high-income skills, also hosting the fastest growing affiliate network in Africa and an online course marketplace for course creators and coaches. He is one of Africa's best marketing experts. Sam Harvard has trained over 100,000 students all over the world in digital marketing, sales and closing, public speaking, and business growth, to mention a few. And so today we have the honors of bringing up Sam Harvard. Is connecting to us on this platform all the way from Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya right now. Yes, going to be talking about traffic hacking. I hope that you are curious, like what is traffic? What is traffic hacking? You're about to find out what traffic hacking is. And Sam is going to be giving us that detail in a short while. Sam, are you here?
Yes, thank you, Ejiro. I'm here.
Hey,
hello.
Sam.
Hello, everybody. All right,
You showed up prepared. Correct.
Yes, I had to. You made me have the same background as you, but of course, I will try not to disappear. And all of that. All right, I'm so happy.
I mean, if you have a sweet background, it's okay. You can remove this one. I know you are chilling, you're vacation mode. So
no, my background is fine, but nonetheless, I think this is good to have the uniformity. Is just amazing. I think I'm just going to go live on IG as well, so that we can do this. Yeah. So I have 30 minutes. Yes.
Yes, please.
The things I'm about to share are so many that I have to find a way to compress this. But one thing I want to make sure is that everyone who is connected right now, those who are going to watch the replay of this, are able to learn at least one thing. So I will try as much as possible to be slow and at the same time to cover as much as I can. So I will start by thanking you, EJ and Gtext Hub for this opportunity to be a speaker here and to share information and knowledge with the amazing business people that are connected to us all over the world. And also we thank the last two speakers. They are phenomenal, to Nisha, and I've been practicing the name of the last speaker. Oh my God, I've forgotten it now. Yeah, it's Srida. Yeah, Srida, amazing one, amazing. I wish he had more time to actually share the incredible things that he is talking about. But I will try as much as possible to bring these two things together, taking everyone to the next level. So let's get right into it. Okay, thank you, everybody. If you can hear me, please type 111 in the chat box. Let's go live on IG. Type 111 in the chat box. Thank you, everybody. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about traffic hacking, and it's not much about the concept of the name, but it's about what it truly means for us as business people. And that's where I'm going to start from today. Now, number one, every business that you know, including your own business, or let me start by asking, how many of us are business owners on this call? If you're on Zoom, you're a business owner, please type business. If you're a business owner, type business. Or if you intend to run a business, but you're on this call, type business one. All right, so if you're a business owner, you have a business, please type business. All right, if you intend to run one, I want you to also type that. Business one. Okay, fantastic. So now everything we call business have two arms. One is called product, the other one is called service. I believe that is simple enough. Now, either you are in product or you are in service, either of the two, there is one thing that is common to your output. Your output is called value. All right. And that value could be maybe a bottled water, it could be a consulting service, it could be anything. It could be airplane, whatever it is that you are selling to people is called value. Please follow me bit by bit. Now, there are different types of business, or that different expressions of businesses. Yeah, number one could be what we call the B2B business. All right, these businesses are servicing value to other business. All right, that's what some of us do. All right, we consult for business, help them in business growth strategies and all of these things. Our clients are necessarily not consumers of the end product, but we are servicing people who are creating products that, of course, other people are going to consume. And then we have the B2B2C. All right, a lot of us do not know that what we know is either B2B or B2C. So B2C, for example, the third one are the businesses that service end users, end consumers, all right? So, but B2B2C are businesses that what they produce, all right, their customers are not the users of what they produce. Their customers are the people who would move what they produce to the end users. All right. Toyota does not create a car and sell directly to you and I. All right. They sell, except for Tesla, who is like the only one that actually does that, cut down all of the middleman and sell directly to consumers. Most of these businesses sell between, they have somebody in between that they sell to. They are their customers. They are the one who's paying them, that they are delivering their product to. But those people are not the users of their products. The users are the consumers. All right. So these other intermediate business or intermediary businesses service the end users. Are you following me? All right. Now, one thing we have said is every business have value. So your product or your service is called value. Now, this value is a solution to somebody or some people somewhere. Now, every business starts with a simple goal. And that goal is what I'm going to call need analysis. All right, need analysis. What is the number one need of anything called business? If you're in business, what is your number one need? All right, your number one need is sales. You want people to buy the product or the service. You want people to get the value that your business is providing. Please follow me little by little. So you want people to get the value that your business is providing. And in exchange for that value, they are supposed to give you money, all right? So that money is called revenue, and that revenue makes your business, gives your business the opportunity to grow, pays your shareholders or the business owners, and every other stakeholder becomes happy because there is sale. All right. Now, this particular sale or repeat business, because some business focus on one-time sales, so we spend a lot of money on marketing, get a customer into the door, they buy from us, but we do nothing to make that same customer buy again and again and again. It's very important that you keep that in mind. So now, to get enough sale for your business, there is a law you need to obey. That law is called the law of averages. Somebody type it for me. Law of averages. Law of averages. It simply means that if you do something consistently enough, a ratio will appear, which means if I want to have 10 sales of the value my business is providing, 10 sales, say per day, I need to know how many prospects do I need to speak to? How many prospects do I need to appear in front of so that I can have 10 sales on a particular given day? So either your business is B2B, or your business is B2C, or your business is B2B2C. How many of these my customer? Why I mentioned the three types of businesses so that a lot of us can understand the type of business we are in. So many people do not know. All right. I've been used to, apart from when I was running some very big businesses in the past, I started doing consulting for small businesses and helping them grow sales and all of that, until someone noticed my work and decided to get a very big client. The first big client we had was a pharmaceutical company, several billions in sales per year. I'm talking several billions in sales. Now, the first thing is, how do I pick this particular type of business? Because this is a B2B2C. Their product is meant for consumers like you and I, but they don't sell to us directly. Now they're having sales problems, COVID-19 issue. And what do I need to do for them? What do I need to tell them to help them get the kind of customers that they are looking for? All right. So you need to understand the type of business you are in. Okay. So the law of averages simply means you have to do the math to know how many people do I need to show up in front before I make the number of sales that I want to make. Now, that is what led to the word traffic. All right, traffic. Traffic is eyes, attention, people's attention. How many eyes needs to see your offer? How many eyes needs to see your business? How many eyes needs to see your value, the value your business is offering? All right. So those eyes are called traffic. And traffic are your prospect, the people who are going to buy what you're selling, your customers to be in the future, or even existing customers that you want them to still buy other things that you're selling. Now, how do you get this traffic to always look in your business? Now, That is where the cross of the message that I've brought today is. So in the next 5 minutes or so, please, somebody type for me how many minutes I have left. I've lost track of that. I forgot to put on my timer. All right. I forgot to put on my timer. All right. Now, everyone who is a prospective buyer of what you are selling, all right, is in a place in their life. Your product or your service is in another place they desire to get to, all right? So where they are currently without your product, where they are currently without your service, you can call that place hell, all right? Where you want to take them to after they bought your product or service, you call it heaven. Now, unfortunately, as much as people desire to be in heaven, as much as people desire to buy your product, or they probably have seen the need for your products, there's so many things I want to share today. But, all right, as much as they desire to have your product, as much as they desire to have what you are selling, most of them are afraid to take the journey between hell and heaven. Why? Because between hell and heaven is a very deep blue sea. And in that blue sea is terrible animals that will swallow them. All right. So the fear of the unknown, of what is going to happen to them on their journey from where they are, comfort zone, to where they get to buy your product or your service, buy the value you are selling, your business is offering, is a lot of work. And that is what traffic hacking simply means. So how do you get attention of people from a particular traffic source? And there are different types of traffic sources, all right? And I'm going to share a few with you. How do you get the attention from that point, all right? And show them the offer that you are selling. And when you show them the offer that you are selling, how do you get them to move from where they are to where they are supposed to be, which is after the product you're selling has happened? So let's say you're selling real estate. Somebody needs to buy a land. Somebody needs to buy a house. All right. This person, you have offers, incredible housing units or landed properties that you want to sell. These landed property have values. All right. Now, how do you get this person who has some amount of money, all right, can afford what you are selling, to see the value in what you're selling, overcome all the fears of buying a property, and be able to donate the money that they have to be able to buy your property? How do you get that done? So your ability to locate a lot of people, all right, that are your potential buyers, and be able to show them what value your product is offering, and get them to make the decision to leave where they are and get into where you want them to be, is called traffic hacking. So what I'm saying in essence is there is a skill you need to have as a business owner. There's a skill you need to have as an entrepreneur, which is ability to find where the attention is and direct that attention to the product or service value that your business is providing. All right, somebody please type traffic. If you're following me, type traffic. If you're following me, type traffic. So what do you need to do simply? As I round off my session, I'm trying to, nobody is giving me time. Or somebody talking?
You have about 15 minutes now.
I have 15 minutes. It's important. I need to know, because me, I'll just be talking. Let me put, all right, so I put on my timer, so I'm just going to check. I have so many things to share. Now, there are different traffic sources that you need to learn. Now, what I've said so far, summary of all I've said so far, is that there is what is called business. There are three types of them. There is the B2B, there's the B2C, there's the B2B2C. You first need to know which one you are, all right, because the strategy for each of them differ. What somebody who's just selling, I'm selling bottled water. What I'm going to, my bottled water is disappearing. This is magic. All right, I'm selling bottled water. What I'm going to say, all right, to the people that I expect to buy my bottled water is different from if I am a manufacturer of a car, all right, and I can't sell directly to people, all right? So it's very important that we understand the type of business we are doing, all right, and know that our business have one major need, and that need is sales. And also, number 3, understand the law of averages, which simply means we have to do something consistently enough so that we have a ratio, all right, which means I need to talk to 10 people before one of them will buy or answer me. All right. So once you find that ratio, you use that ratio to make your plans. Now, the people whose attention you need, who are potential buyer of your product or your service, are called traffic. And you can find them at different places. So the law number 1 that I'm talking about right now for traffic hacking is you need to find where the traffic is. You need to define your traffic source. And the best traffic source right now is online. All of you are watching me online. Incredible people on Instagram are watching me. Amazing people on this Zoom call, they are also watching me. This is what we're talking about, is online. So I'm just going to stick to this because there are, of course, a lot of other means depending on the type of people you're trying to reach. But you need to understand the best traffic source that work for you, your business. Some of you are affiliate marketers, which means either you're selling real estate as a broker, you are not the owner of the property, but you are selling for the owner of the property so you can get a commission, which I believe is even the best business model in the first place. I run businesses that I own, and yet I still promote other people's businesses. Come on, this money must be made in any way possible, all right? So you need to find what traffic source these people are on, all right? And the easiest one we use, all right, we have 2 types of them. We have the first one, which we call the organic traffic, and we have the second one, which is the paid traffic. One of the sub-organic traffic is the one that our last speaker dealt with, incredible stuff, all right, which is by the referral system. All right, getting people who have seen the value that your business is offering to make a case for you in front of someone else, and then you now build a relationship or rapport with such a person, and then you're able to transact business. It's amazing. All right, that is organic traffic, and organic traffic is simply a function of positioning. Please type what I just said, positioning. You've got to position, all right? So the more positioned you are, and you are visible, all right, you are showing up over and over and over in front of people, the more they build trust in what you are presenting to them, and it becomes easy for you to sell. Oh, I'm promoting real estate, I'm promoting online course, I'm promoting LAP. How visible have you been? Which is the number 2 rule I'm sharing on that traffic hacking. All right, the number 1 is find the traffic source. Number 2 is become visible, but be visible repeatedly. The key in visibility is not showing up. The key in visibility is consistency. I said that on my page on IG before, that a lot of people have run ads that when we saw them, we scroll past. But because that ad kept showing up over and over, one day, we stopped the ad, we clicked on it, we listened to what he's saying, and said, what's this guy even saying? I've been seeing him over and over and over. What is he about? All right. That simply means the work of consistency just worked on you because you have seen it over and over. You paid attention to it. So visibility is the major thing. So my traffic source example number 1, Facebook. 2.8 billion users per month. Incredible stuff. How many customers do you need in your business? How many people need to buy what you are selling? Are they on Facebook? Yes, if they are, probably they should be. So if they're on Facebook, what do you need to do? You need to find where they are on Facebook, because Facebook is a generic term, all right? Find where is their address, their street address on Facebook, and show up there every now and again. If you're running just what I do, which is the paid advertisement, which is the paid traffic, you have to make sure you buy access to their faces. You pay, you buy access to their faces. Somebody was asking me a question recently that how much should I spend on ads? A lot of people are selling products, all right, that are probably $100, and they are trying to spend $2 on ads per day. That's even small. Some people are selling product of $1,000 and they are trying to spend $5 on ads. It's just ridiculous. All right. Calculate the profit you're going to make per sale and decide minimum 30% of that profit needs to go into what we call cost of acquiring a lead. All right. 30% of your expected profit on a particular product needs to go into cost of acquiring a lead. So the more leads you have, which is the secret of traffic hacking, the more leads you have by law of averages, the more sales you're going to get. It's as simple as that. So there's a project I'm about to start on the 1st of September, which is to sell 200,000 units of a particular product in 1 year. 200,000 units of a particular product in 1 year. I am not going to sell that 200,000 units of that product by wishing, by desiring, by saying, yes, we're in business, it's going to happen, all right? Or by setting up ads. The first thing I'm going to do is to pick up my biro and my book, all right? And do what I call planning. All right. So I want to sell 200,000. I need to find law of averages. How many people do I need to reach per day, per week, per month? All right. So that I can make 200,000 sales in a year. And I figure to make 200,000 sales, I need to reach 20 million people, not once, which is where a lot of you stop. I need to reach 20 million people consistently. So when I am in the face of 20 million people over a period of 6 months, what do you think is going to happen? Minimum 2 million of them will pay attention to me. Now, out of those 2 million who pay attention, they paid attention for different reasons. Number one, either they fall into the highest pinnacle of the customer pyramid, which are people who already need what I'm about to sell, or they fall into the major 60%, which is the middle of the pyramid, which nobody really deals with, all right? And I'm able to convert them. Either way, out of those 2 million who paid attention to me over a 6 month consistent showing up, I'm going to have 10% of them convert and buy what I'm selling. Either because they're already looking for it or because I'm able to educate them that they need that product. That is the way I'm going to win. And I'm willing to invest 30% of the expected profits into the cost of acquiring that lead, which is a lot of millions, if you ask me. So what's the point I'm trying to make here? You have a business, or you intend to have a business, or you're promoting other people's business, which is their product or their service. You need to identify, one, what type of business it is. Number two, you need to find what traffic source is the best that you want to use. I would recommend an hybrid, but while you are building an hybrid, invest in paid traffic. And when you invest in paid traffic, the secret of generating or hacking a traffic is consistent visibility. Consistent visibility. All right. So that's the first thing. So before I used to teach visibility and stop. But right now I found out that it is not about showing up at once. As a matter of fact, you are new on the internet space and you run ads. And you say, I didn't make sales. Nobody's buying from this ad. Oh God, you are just starting. You are just starting. The truth is, did your ad get impression? Yes. How many impressions? 25,000 people. So 25,000 people saw this message. They did not buy because they don't know you yet. They did not buy because they don't trust you yet. And that is if you are trying to do B2C. Very important. All right, very important. There is a strategy. Let me just teach this here for those of you who are here that we use for B2B2C. All right, B2B2C does not run adverts or campaign or marketing to their customers. They run adverts, marketing, campaign to their end users. Now, their end users are not going to buy from them directly. They know, but they do what we call brand marketing. All right, so that when they position themselves, their brand in the mind of the end users over and over, the end user is going to go to their own customer, which are the businesses that are buying from them, and they will demand to buy the product whom they have seen over and over, obeying the same rule. If you are getting value type, I'm getting value. I don't want to assume that I'm talking to myself. Come on, talk to me. All right, so you go to, okay, I'm not talking to just Nigerians here. I wanted to use a particular brand. Say Pick Me, for example. I don't know, there's a milk in Nigeria that a lot of people like. And now, the reason all of you go to a supermarket and then you do not pick another brand of milk is because Picnic has shown up over and over and over. They sponsor everything sponsorable. They show up on every store, but none of you go to the company directly and say, give me one tin of milk. You never do that. You go to the aboki on your street or the supermarket or the superstore on your street and you demand for the one that has entered your mind. All right. So what you do when you identify the type of business you're doing is to consistently show up. There are other 2 dimensions to this, but time will not permit me to share that. And I'm not sure people paid for this audience, this seminar. So I should not share things that.
Why are you dissing my? No, don't do that to my audience. No, please. Yes.
All right, so all right. So number one is find the traffic source. All right. Is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it YouTube? Is it a combination? All right. Which one do you want to use for whatever type of business you're running? I've sold a real estate worth several millions in Nigeria with only one sponsored ad, a banner on Instagram. A banner, there were 4 people who inspected that property, and one of them bought a house. I think another person bought a land or something. And I spent only 5,000 naira for that lead. There is power in lead generation when you understand it. All right. So it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, that we get that. Finally, I'm going to, I think there's 2 more. Number three under this, I said number 1 is find the traffic source. Number 2 is become visible repeatedly. Very important. Number 3, all right, is engagement. Engagement. You cannot do well when all you do is sell. You cannot do well when all you do is sell. God bless our last speaker for talking about relationship building. You've got to build relationship. We call it engagement in digital marketing. That is what we are doing. Build relationship. All right. If my page is not sweet, a lot of my followers would have dropped. Sometimes I will say, I need to get married. Somebody find me a wife. I'll just post it. Why? Because I just wanted to build rapport with the type of people that are following me based on the type of business I'm doing with them. So you got to understand your audience that you are showing up in front of over and over. You've got to build some form of relationship with them. So you need to engage. How do you engage people? You engage them by giving them value for nothing or for a little. Something that is worth $1,000, give to them for free or give to them for $100, which is incredible discount. No matter how rich you are, all of us love freebies. I used to say, rich people like to know I'm a rich person too. So all of you listening to me, you're all rich people. So we all love freebies. All right. So when you give people value first, you build bond, trust. You know, love languages, the pivot of love languages is receiving of gifts. No, but everyone responds to gifts. Everyone responds to gifts. All right. So if you have gifts, if you give gifts, you will be able to position yourself in the heart of people and build relationship with them so that when you sell to them becomes easy. Finally, this is how I'm going to say this. How many of us know this singer called Wizkid or Burna Boy or Davido? Which of the 3 do you like? Please type if you like Nigerian music. I know people in Dubai, they like Nigerian music as well. So if you know Burna Boy, Davido, or Wizkid, or okay, let me help you. If you know Beyonce or you like Beyonce, type the one you like out of those 4. Burna Boy, yeah, I can see people like Burna Boy. All right, come on. Which one do you like? Davido, Wizkid, or Beyonce? Which of them do you like? Wizkid, amazing, fantastic. All right, now, a lot of you like me, I know. But if I'm selling a particular drink, I like this one. Wait, let me not show their brand. They did not pay for this advert. If I'm selling a particular drink like this, for example, and that's your celebrity singer that you just named, Burna Boy, Davido, or Beyonce, or whatever, is selling the same drink. which of the two of us are you likely to buy from? I know a lot of you love me, but please be sincere. Most of you will most likely buy from Beyonce. Most of you will most likely buy from Davido. Most of you will most likely buy from any of these. And that is why big brands pay these guys to be a brand ambassador for them. Why? Because of the principle of friendship, relationship, love, fanhood that they have built with millions of people. Your brand, either a personal brand, or a small business brand, or a big business brand, needs to have a department of relationship management where you build love in the heart of people like Beyonce, Davido, Bonabo, or any of these incredible celebrity, and anything you sell at that point, they will buy. There are people on my Instagram, God bless you, there's nothing I sell. Before I finish talking, they have collected account number, they have paid. Why? They love me already. So they've got to love your brand. We all love Coca-Cola. That's why we buy them. I have one here. All right. So they have built their way into our hearts. All right. I think I spent 2 minutes extra. With this viewpoint of mine, I hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you that traffic hacking is the way to go. You've got to hack traffic. And if you want to learn this, our platform is called LAP. We are teaching you 10 skills that can help you hack any traffic for any product or service anywhere. We have 20 incredible courses by amazing speaker. I think the next speaker is going to speak after me is one of us. And the first speaker is also going to be one of us very soon. Anyway, that's kind of like an information.
Wait, it's okay. It's okay, Mr. Sam.
Hey, you want
to... No. I'm the middleman here. Please, you have to come through me. No. I'm the door opener. So please, any transaction going on should not go behind my back. Please.
All right. Thank you, guys. That's the end of my session.
Thank you so much, Sam. That has been a very, please, if you think you've gotten value from this session, please type value, or I got value, or I got value. Please, let me see it in the comment section, please. Thank you so much, Sam. Like you came with fire. I know if we leave you here 5 hours, you're still talking. We know you. You are the one that have classes for 5 hours. Like on LAP, I'm going to host a class for 6 hours straight and be teaching. When you see people who love what they do, you just know it. They never get tired. Like even if they are like it's their last drop of blood, they will still come alive once you say, okay, camera action, boom, let's go. Right? Thank you so much. There's a question here I would like us to take. And sorry, because of our time, this is the only question we'll be able to take. But of course, you already know Sam's name. He is Sam. I like that name is a brand, okay? Sam Harvard. Just type it out on Instagram and you're able to follow him and follow his work and go register on LAP. If you are a coach, if you're a content creator, you should be on LAP so that your content can be pushed by the traffic hackers that we have on LAP. All right. Of course, you already know what I'll say, that I'm also part of LAP, right? I am the connector here. I'm Madam Octopus, okay? All right, this question says to you, Samuel, how do you attract leads that can afford what you sell?
Okay, I think I saw the question already. So there are different ways you can do that. The smartest answer I'm going to give, or fastest answer I'm going to give right now is to, there's a name we used to call it. It's like, okay, let me just say in the layman way, put yourself in the shoes of who is supposed to be your buyer and find out where is the source, all right? And what would you pay attention to, because you got to get the attention from the source, and then you'll be able to give them the value from the left and the right side of the brain. So which means you've got to be able to show them what life is going to be after they buy what you're selling, because since they can afford it, it's very important. And then you also need to appeal to the logic side of their brain as well. So these two combination will give you ability to attract these people. Now, if you do not know an audience, you don't know the type of campaign to put in front of them. And that is why I always use that there's a name we used to call it in consulting, something avatar. You use yourself. Would you buy what you're about to sell.
Exactly.
So if you would buy, if you are not going to be the type that buy, for example, you're promoting real estate of $2 million US, and all you have in your account is $100, you know you are not an ideal buyer of what you are promoting. All right. But you got to think and do research. The people who would buy real estate of $2 million, how do they think? Where do we find them? What do they pay attention to? What can we use to appeal to them? So these are the things you have to keep pushing out to be able to attract them. Find where your traffic source is important. It's the rule number one that I mentioned. And that way you'll be able to now show them the value both on the left and the right side of the brain. And then you'll be able to get the attention to buy the things that you are selling. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that fantastic answer. I hope whoever asked that question, I hope your question was answered. Thank you so much, Mr. Sam Harvard, for being here. You've really, really brought value to the table. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
So before we go on, yeah, thank you. Before we go on to our next guest, our next speaker, who is ready and ready. This woman is fire. Are you ready for fire? If you are ready for fire, please. I hope, wait, though, I did not remember to tell from the beginning, but I know Tanisha mentioned it, that I hope you have your pen and your paper, that you're taking notes. I hope you're not just letting this thing pass. You know the quote that says the faintest pen is stronger, or lasts longer than the mightiest brain, right? So please have your pen and your paper with you and take notes as these nuggets are dropping. And our next speaker is about to drop another nugget, another set of nuggets, let me say. This woman is such an amazing woman. She's a powerhouse, and I'm just, honored to be in her circle as well. Of course, you already know what I'll say. Hey, everybody that is here, I know them. Call me. My name is Ejiro Sakade, the energetic EJ, aka the Octopus Mama. All right, now I'm going to be bringing on Just Omomo Ibe, and she's going to be talking about your business and the African dream. Now, this woman has a mandate for Africa, and as you can see on the theme of this event, it's called Africa-UAE Sales and Business Summit. Africa-UAE because Africa is the next gold mine, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not, in every area, in every ramification, every aspect. And I know that, yes, Fikayo, oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much, right? So, and we know that UAE is also like a hub for innovation, for connectivity, because they are literally in the middle, right? And so the combination of the next market and the middle markets is like, boom, there's a blossom, right? And so the next speaker we have now has a mandate. She has a heavy calling to build the walls of Africa. And she's going to be talking to us from that perspective. Just Omomo Ibe is an economic growth and development consultant, rebuilding the African economy through entrepreneurship, youth employment, education, and trade. She is a lead consultant at the Just Ibe Company, a management consulting firm with key focus on sales, marketing, digital strategy, business communications, sustainable economic development strategy, market research, and intelligence. She is the co-founder of Inscribe Tech, a startup tech company revolutionizing content creation, distribution, and sales. She is the president of the Just Ibe Foundation, a non-governmental organization urbanizing communities and empowering widows and orphans in Africa. And last but not the least, she is the president of the Association of Startups, of Africa Startups, TAS, a community I am also a proud member of. And I love the work that she's doing with that community, going to the grassroots, and letting us know as small business owners that we actually contribute to the GDP of our nation and invariably of our continent. And so understanding how to grow that business, understanding how to make that business thrive is quite important in this time, and especially now that we need to rebuild the walls of Africa. So it is with so much great honor that I bring on stage the president of TAS, Just Omomo Ibe, as she'll be talking on your business and the African dream. What is the African dream? We're about to find out. Thank you, Just. It's so good to have you.
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege. Every time I'm invited to speak to entrepreneurs at different strata of the society. I find it such a huge, huge privilege. I don't take it for granted. And for everyone who's gathered here today, both on site and online, I just want to say a very huge thank you for lending me your ears and lending me your heart in the next 20 to 30 minutes as I share what the organizers of this event has asked me to share. And if that's okay, I'd love to share my screen just so everyone can see exactly what it is we're talking about today. Is that okay?
Absolutely, yes, please.
So thank you once again. Like she rightly introduced, there's so many things we do for the African continent, but today, one of the very reasons why I decided I was going to share the African dream is because now, much more than ever, Africa is the next frontier for development across different strata of society, at political level, at economic level, at human development level. And so we as Africans are such an important core factor in the development of every economy in the world. As much as we depend on them, they depend a lot on us. And if we as Africans understand our roles, it will help us connect more. It will help us partner and collaborate more. It will truly help us work together to bring the growth and development we want to see on the African continent. And that's why it's imperative that I share what is in my heart as regards the African dream. If every single one of us begin to understand what this dream is, we'll be able to embody it more and be able to apply. And so I'm starting today's slide with what the African dream is. I have a dream that one day Africa will become one big nation that can compete comparatively with global economies, this time as a superpower, harnessing our resources, both natural, mineral, and human, to produce immeasurable wealth, stewarded by astute yet accountable leaders that can deliver an Africa where every descendant of Africa is a treasure. That is the huge African dream. It's not a cliche that Africa has over 60% of the world's resources. We're the most wealthy in natural, human, and mineral resources. But the other equation in this particular dream, which is producing immeasurable wealth, is missing. The other equation also, which is having astute and accountable leaders, is missing. The other equation also, where every descendant of Africa is a treasure, is missing. So you see, we have the resources to create all of these things, but we don't have it. And that's why it's imperative that all of us understand this dream and we carry it everywhere we go. And because you, as a person listening to me today, is part of these resources. You're a human resource. And because you're a human resource, there's a connection between you as a resource producing immeasurable wealth that would add value to our continent at different cadre of society. And so this is my huge African dream. And this dream was distilled to me by the heart of God for Africa. Africa is loved by God, and I'm not going to go into those very details. But you see, let me go quickly. Why is this very important? As an African, you represent about 1.4 billion people in this endowed continent. And we still live in the continent where we are the most underdeveloped, impoverished, corrupt, and needless to say, marginalized. But by the mercy of God, He found you. And I want you to insert your name here, because it's by the mercy of God that you specifically was sent to Africa as an African descendant. And He sent you to be a part of the solution to restore growth, development, economic prosperity, sane leadership and governance, and sustainability across these different cadres. And scattered across the world today, with specific reference to the UAE, which is the conference we're having today, are men and women who are economic, social, and political and infrastructural saviors to the African continent. And that's why we're having this convergence today. Your business is a tool for economic emancipation, either of the African people, of the African nation, and the continent as large. But if you don't see what role you play, it will be difficult for you to truly add value. And it will be difficult for you to rise into those levels where there's an opportunity for you to make a difference significantly. And I know that at the end of this conference, one of my earnest desires is that every single person here in Nigeria, in the UAE, and in the diaspora, we do a deep reappraisal of our contribution. by truly looking at our systems, our processes, and do an overhaul to see what have I truly been doing to be able to restore this our country or continent, as the case may be, especially in the capacity with which your business serves to do. Not every one of us run a conglomerate of companies, but there's an opportunity for you to grow to become a conglomerate of companies. But at the bedrock of where you are at today, it's important to do an appraisal to say, what am I truly contributing? What is my very existence as an African, either in Africa or in the diaspora, seeking to do for the people of Africa or for the continent at large? And the big question is, why should you care? Because every single one of us are business owners and we're driven by profits, bottom lines, margins, growth, scalability. We're driven by all of those things. We're driven by all of those things. So why should this matter? It should matter because home is where the heart is. And no matter how long you are gone for, you are first an African before any other nationality. And it means that 100 years from now, the generations unborn will ask you and me, what did we do to make a difference? What contributions would we attempt to make, even if the odds were almost very difficult for us to do? And I want to announce to you very specifically as an African, wherever you are in the world today, in the next 5 to 10 years, you will witness here on this continent a massive uprising and growth across different strata of society, in technology, in distribution, in redistribution of goods and services within the borders of the African continent, in relation to trade across both Africa and the other continents in the world. And we also would witness very rapidly a transformation of our systems of leadership and governance, with a lot of Africans, young, both home and abroad, stepping into positions to do things right again. I'm sharing this with you to provoke a holy desire in you to say, if in the next 5 to 10 years, it is possible for this to happen in Africa, that means my voice should count, my voice should matter, my contribution should be counted in these indices I have just shared. And the next thing we also need to begin to pay attention to is, when these things begin to happen, wouldn't you truly be joyful that that's my country and this level of growth and development is happening? That is my country. I did this, I did that, and based on what I did, this particular change is happening in my country. So will your business truly have actively contributed to making the change that we will see in the next 5 to 10 years? Would it have contributed in any way? I want you to write these 2 questions down as we go through this particular discuss today. Because like I said, what I truly want to do is a holy provocation, a holy desire in each and every one of us to truly say, have I been doing anything really to make a difference? And I just want to share very brief statistics here, just so we have an idea what is truly going on. In PwC, they estimated that remittances in Nigeria alone will grow by 34.8 billion in 2023. Let me explain what that means. Africans in diaspora, because this is Africa-UAE Sales and Business Summit, it means that there are Africans who are in diaspora, thus this convergence. If PwC estimates that in 2023, about 34.8 billion will enter into Nigeria alone from remittances from the diaspora, it means that to a very large extent, those of us in the diaspora, those of you in the diaspora, have such a heavy power to cause a change in this country or in this continent if we are truly thinking in that direction. Because if you do a proper breakdown of all of these monies that come into the country, is a lot of times driven by personal interest. That's not to say personal interests don't drive growth and development. They do, but does it truly cause the massive change we're trying to experience in Africa? Not necessarily. And I'll explain as we go further down. Your business as an African entrepreneur, both home and abroad, it must serve to do 2 major things. Remember, I told you to write down 2 questions earlier. I'm tying those 2 questions to these 2 things I'm mentioning here. As an African entrepreneur, both home and abroad, your business must serve to do 2 major things. Number 1, it must equip other Africans with the requisite skills, informations based on your experiences of innovation and environments that work, rather than anger at our systems that are struggling. Let me break that down. Meaning that if you're an African in the diaspora, you have seen environments where things work. You have been privy to see innovative-based thinking, innovative-based solutions, and you have seen how these things work in relation to how the government of the day is run. Your job as an African entrepreneur is to start thinking, how can I equip other Africans who don't have privilege to see those informations or those environments you are witnessing now, to begin to equip them with those skills. To say, in the developing world where we want to get to someday as Africa, this is what happens. And every African that I know or that I'm privy to mentor or coach or do business with, I need to bring you up to speed to say, this is how it is done globally. So based on that, we all need to rise to the level of what is obtainable that would help us grow. And why is this very important? It's important because you don't grow beyond the level of what you see. And to a very large extent, a lot of Africans, because of the climbs we have found ourselves for a very long time, it has to a very large extent reduced the way people think about growing businesses that precede them. Majority of people are driven by how much can I make to sustain myself, to just be okay. Why sustainability is a need why sustenance is a need for ourselves, that's not what we need to deliver a country or a continent that works and can compete comparatively at a global stage. And that's why every African in the diaspora has such a huge responsibility to equip other Africans with requisite skills, information based on your experience of innovative environments, to say, this is how things work here. Can we partner home and abroad to make things work here back home so that we can begin to grow? If that begins to happen, imagine that, and that PwC says that 34.8 billion will enter into Nigeria by 2023 from foreign remittances. So imagine if the number of entrepreneurs that are making this amount of money come into the country. Imagine if there was active partnerships and collaborations with their counterparts back home in terms of skills, in terms of information. Imagine what will happen. The monies will not just be coming back home, the monies will be coming back home with a view of an understanding of what works globally so that it can be deployed here. That way, we have such a balanced view of what money coming in and the people who are receiving the money here, armed with the necessary skills to be able to grow the businesses that would help us grow. Do you see how this works? And do you see how this is tied to what it is you do anywhere you find yourself outside the shores of this country? The second thing your business was inspired to do is you must inspire and spread hope through your products and services and your daily interactions. Every time I talk about this, people say, but how does that really matter? The fabric with which every society is built upon is hope. And so as a business owner, the measure of your sustainability in business is dependent on the amount or dependent on the degree with which you're able to inspire hope through your products and services. I'm going to say that again, just so it can properly sink in. As a business owner, whether you're an African in Nigeria, in the continent, or in the diaspora, the measure of sustainability of your business, meaning the measure with which your business will last from time to time, several years, even when you are not there, is directly related to the degree with which you are able to spread hope through your products, your services, to your end users. Your end users could be businesses, it could be customers, whatever it is, right? Meaning that if customers cannot look at your business, your products and your services and see how it gives them a hope for a better life, a better future, a better marriage, a better financial life, a better tomorrow, chances are you're going to die very quickly, even if it may look very shiny in the beginning. Shiny doesn't sustain businesses. The hope that it gives to the end users is what sustains businesses. And guess what? We're in an era now where customers are very sentimental and emotional. It's the truth. Because the world is plagued with so many things happening at different cadre of society. So everybody's looking for the slightest ray of hope that they can latch onto and hold. The minute they're able to lash onto that ray of hope in your products and services, there's love that just begins to follow your brand from the end user. The previous speaker talked about how most of you love your stars, Davido and Beyonce and the list of them. He talked about how if they project a product and service, because you love them, it's an emotional connection. And that's what drives truly how you buy from them. Yes. It's an emotional connection. The emotional connection is what drives your loyalty to the brand that they sell. So you as an African entrepreneur, we need to quickly start moving away from I have a product and a service to sell to I have hope that I'm spreading by virtue of the existence of my product and service. And because of that hope, a lot more end users will feel like they owe you. They'll feel like their loyalty lies with your brand. And consistently, they not only keep buying from you, they keep bringing others to keep paying attention to you. Why? Because something is pulling them to you. Not just the amount of money you want to collect, but because of what is being spread through your products and services. And one of the things that you must also pay attention to here is that your product can either be spreading hope of, I talked about it earlier, hope of a better life, better money, better marriage, better job, better future. So what you need to do is break down your products and services. If you sell a physical product, let's say I sell cosmetic, right? And what it is actually cosmetic, it's supposed to make me look good, physically, outwardly. But a better way to connect with this product is to start to say, I want to promote your melanin glow. I want you to feel confident in your melanin glow. Guess what? That's how brands like Iman Cosmetic truly took the global stage, because they entered into the market and said, yes, so I can make you beautiful. But at the center of what I want to do is I want the melanin girl to be proud in her skin. That's how they built a global brand. Do you see that what I'm teaching you is what global brands are leveraging every day? And also as African entrepreneurs must begin to think in that way if we want to build sustainable businesses that would empower people, that would have direct impact on our community, and would inspire fellow businesses like you and me to aspire to do better. Because the more businesses we have that are thriving, it will give others who are watching an opportunity to dream bigger. Because the more people who are dreaming bigger, the more bigger things we're doing on a continent-wide level. Of course, not limited to just those who are within the continent, but with people who are Africans, who are in the diaspora, and of course, with others who are not necessarily Africans, who want to partner with Africa to be able to build the Africa that we desire. But seated at the very core of why we're talking about this today is, how do you activate your PR code? I call it the PR code. It's called the personal responsibility code. And I want you as an African who is listening here today, what is your singular driving force about your business today? A lot of people say, what is the why of your business? It's easy to answer it that way, but I want you to look at it today. What is the driving force? You could lie to everybody, but don't lie to yourself. I need you to picture every time you start a business because you just want to make a buck or two out of that business, chances are in the next 6 to 7 months, that business is going to pack up, because money never sustains anything that lasts. I'm going to say it again. Money is never a sustainable force to keep anything that will precede you. Give me a list of 100 companies who are thriving from several years. You would find that money was not their driving force. And Africans, for the longest time, we have been lied to think that hustle and make your way better. That's not how sustainable businesses are built. That's not how the people who you look up to build their businesses. It's not money that should be your driving force. So dear African entrepreneur, whether you're home or abroad, do a reappraisal and say, what is my singular driving force? And at the center of what you should be activating as your singular driving force should be a deep desire to make something better. A deep desire to make a life better. A deep desire to look at a problem in a society, within the context of a society, and say, I will completely annihilate this problem as long as my business exists. That is how businesses are grown sustainably. Because that vision precedes you, it precedes your personal gain, it precedes the things you want to get. You will keep waking up every day with better ways to do that same thing within the context of that society. And I know that at the end of this class, a lot of you will be challenged wholesomely. And that's why this class really existed. So that you go back and say, if I've been doing this because I want to pay rent, I want to pay schools and school fees, I want to be able to do all the things I want to do, it's not enough. It's not going to keep you in business. Because the more you keep getting driven by what you want to get, after a while you become frustrated. Because the market doesn't care what you want to get. The market cares what you serve to do for them. I'll say that again. Your market, your customers don't care what you want to get. In fact, they don't care what you want to sell. They only care what you want to sell will do for them. You see why you cannot be in business because of what you want to get. You must be in business because you serve to annihilate a particular problem, or you exist as a solution to people's standing very long problems. And that, my friends, is what will keep driving you again and again in the marketplace where you exist, whether you are within Africa or you're outside Africa. How then do you activate the personal responsibility code? Meaning, every human being inherently is selfish. And that's not your fault. That's not anything you did. It's just how we are inherently. We care about what we want, what we need. But if you look at the fabric of our very society with context to Africa, one of the major reasons why we are here today is that very thing, what I want to get, what I want to do. Because we don't have a very good system of accountability, anybody who has access to resources at different cadres, whether it's a small business, whether it's a multinational company, whether it's polity and governance, because we are driven by me, myself, and I, we mismanage resources. We step on others to get what we want to get. Do you see how that singular thing that you think does not matter, how is affecting the fabric of with which our society is built? One level after the other level. You think it's just me. Guess what? If you are that way, imagine 1 billion other people who are thinking like you. What will keep happening to our continent? It will keep getting tired. But if you take it upon yourself to say, from today, I will fix my PR code, which is my personal responsibility code. What begins to happen is, once you fix it, it will start showing through your solutions. It will start showing through your communications as a business owner. Your brand communication, your sales copies will no longer be about me. It will not be about you, what I want to do for you, what I want to help you with, what I want to do for the society. Do you see how just by you changing your PR code, the society, everybody else begins to watch this business owner and say, wow, something is different about this business owner. And then it begins to affect how they do business with you, because they now start seeing you as somebody who has the interest of the people at heart, the interest of their customers at heart. What it now starts to do for you is you start building solidarity and loyalty at a level that precedes you. What you now start to see after then is people who want to just partner with you to take your business to another client. That's how potential partnerships and collaborations are born in different parts of the world. Because people have activated their personal responsibility code. And now more than ever, as Africans, this is the time to talk about this in our climb. If we don't address it as young Africans, nobody will address it for us. The things we want to fix will not be fixed by anybody else anywhere in the world. You and me are responsible for it. And how do you do this? Number one, identify the one thing that your business serves to annihilate and link it with the overall result from either a community, national, continental, or global level. Let me break that down. So identify the one thing that your product or your business serves to annihilate, then link it with the overall results. And I'll give you a typical example using the Association of African Startups. We started because we wanted to raise a breed of entrepreneurs who will see themselves as a part of the big picture in building our economy at a continental level. And we started to say, if we're able to do that, what will begin to happen is we'll have springing up in different countries in Africa, different entrepreneurs who are looking at problems in their society and saying, it's my job to fix that. And then they go back into their drawing board, they create solutions to fix those problems. That's what we're doing with the entrepreneurs who are in the Association of African Startups. And that's why a person like Ejiro, who is our member, is thinking of something like this, to bring Africans together at a fora to talk about how we can grow our businesses, Africa-UAE. It's a thinking that happened to people like her that made her move ahead with initiatives like this. And so we started to say, if we could do that with our entrepreneurs, what begins to happen is they start to pull their weight at different cadres of society. They start to create solutions that will move the people forward. We don't want to create mediocre entrepreneurs. We want to create change makers who are also wealthy, that are doing great stuff. And guess what? The more lives you're able to change, the more things you're able to change in a community, in a society, in a nation, at a global level, the more reward you get. It's a no-brainer. It may take time, but the minute the rewards begin to come, it will almost overtake you, because nobody does great stuff and it's not rewarded greatly. The second thing, in order to activate your personal responsibility code, is to develop your vision through the lens of as a true African solution. Develop your vision through this lens as a true African solution. I know that everybody tells you go global, earn from different parts of the world, earn foreign currency. That is great. But I need you to also know that the path we're running to in those other parts of the world, the other part of the world, they are running to Africa. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why? I need to say that again. Africans want everything else outside Africa, but the entire world wants everything inside Africa. Why? Have you asked yourself that? Because seated here in Africa is everything we need, the world needs. Starting from our numbers, population. There's nowhere else where you have 1.4 billion. Well, India does have that. China also is competing with that. What are we doing with our numbers as a people? African entrepreneurs in the UAE. What are we doing leveraging our statistics as such a populous continent? Are we creating solutions that we can scale to the different countries as a true African solution? Of course, putting into cognizance what the average struggle of an African is at the different strata of society. Are we doing that? Because once we begin to do that and we put into cognizance the quality of the global level, we bring it home, guess what? We'll be able to do great and mighty stuff. And the final thing here is that you must walk your vision by developing a long-time approach. And as you go, you raise people on the journey. Any business that is going to be sustainable, go and ask Steve Jobs. You will raise people who can run the company in your stead. Go and ask every successful company. All of them. So what is your long-term vision, dear African entrepreneur? If you're here listening to me today and all you can see is 1 year of your business, you're wrong. I know somebody earlier talked about sustainability. I mean, building business models. I think somebody here talked about it, one of the speakers. If you're here as an African and all you can see about your business is 1 year, you're wrong. That's not how businesses are grown, except you want to fall into that category of businesses that will die in the next 5 years. Labor in the place of sitting to truly get, where am I going? What do I serve to annihilate? What is my very existence as a product or as a service, a solution to? And plot a graph of where you are going, and then you walk this vision. As you're walking this vision, you're raising people who, whether you are there or not, can run this vision. In the Association of African Startups, by the grace of God, this is our second year, I believe. We're entering into our second year, but we have raised people who can function whether I'm there or not. The systems, the processes. We know what our first year goal is, second year goal, third year goal, 4 year goal, 5 year goal. It's very clear as a company. And so whether I am there as a convener or not, we can hand over at every point to people. That's how to build a sustainable business. And I know that you may be a one-man business for now. Well, work that business as if it's not just you running that business. Because the more you create room, the scriptures in Isaiah 54 verse, we say, expand to the left, expand to, make room for more. The more you make room for more by the way you think first about that business, the more opportunities you begin to see. And as you begin to see more opportunities, you begin to see where to plant people who will work with you to scale your business to the next level. And just to bring this to a final close, I want us to go back to the African dream. I truly want us to go back again. I want us to read it, if you can, wherever you are. I have a dream that one day Africa will become one big nation that can compete comparatively with global economies, this time as a superpower, harnessing our resources, both natural, mineral, and human, to produce immeasurable wealth, stewarded by astute yet accountable leaders that can deliver an Africa where every descendant of Africa is a treasure. Amen.
Wow, what? Please, 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 please. If you're here and you're not sleeping and you're not, you do not tune off, maybe because, I don't know, because I just feel like, just in case you're here and they're like, oh, she's just talking on and on about Africa market. Yes, if you are here and you're not African, I believe that one way or the other, you probably want to connect to an African business owner. And so this also concerns you, because this way, if you have listened to what just said, you are able to also keep that African business associate of yours accountable to say, this is what is going on in your continent. Why are you not joining the movement? And so I really do hope that everyone that is still live now has connected to the message that just has come here to share. And just so you know, because yes, she has tailored it to the African continent, to the African business owner, but everything she shared is applicable to any business owner in any part of the world. For example, she says, activating your PR code. So whether you are African or not, as long as you're a business owner, you should activate your personal responsibility code, knowing that it is not about you. It is not just about your business. It is about the people you want to serve. It is about the solution that you're bringing to the table, and not just the solution that will bring something to your pocket, but the solution that is really sustainable, that is really genuinely out to make life better for others or for the people that you're out to serve. And you also talk about money, which leads me to that money should not be your drive. Like, I don't think that statement can be overemphasized. Like, it is the reason, it is having money as your drive. That is the reason why we have a lot of chaos, even in Africa today, because people then just do whatever it takes to get this money, leaving the solution that is set out in the first place to solve. And that is also why we don't stay persistent on the ideas, on the business ideas that has been given to us. Because the fact that you have that idea, it came to you, right? So there is a reason, there is a solution, there is a problem that you're meant to solve. So if you put money first and the money is not coming, then you stop. And then you put the people who are supposed to enjoy the benefit of that business into jeopardy, because now you're not there. So we have to wait for another savior to come. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love what I'm seeing in the comment section. Somebody says captivating session. Thank you, Ma. Thank you so much. You're blessed. I did not sleep, but she had me spellbound. Kobe says mind-boggling stuff to ponder. I absolutely agree with you. Mutiat says amazing woman. Thumbs up. Well done, Ma. So if you have any question, please, I would like to take one question before we bring up our next speaker, because our time is fast spent. Smart Gift says, I feel refreshed anytime I listen to you, Mama Just Ibe. Thank you so much. Taiwo Shegun says, Africa wants everything. I love that you captured that word. Africa wants everything outside Africa. Why outside Africa wants everything inside Africa? And that's just the truth. They want the best of our brains. They want the best of our experts, of the best educated. Those are the ones that they are looking for. You see, they're not looking for the ones who don't know where they are going, you see? So yes, thank you so much for reminding us this very, very important things to put, into consideration deep desire to make things better. Like I can't even get enough, right? Says nobody does great stuff and not gets rewarded greatly. Gosh, so good, so good. Do we have any questions in the house before we let Mama Just eBay off the stage? Any question? Going 30 seconds, 29, 28, 27. All right, so before I plug that, I'll just plug this in for Just. I know she didn't say much about it, but like I said, she's the president of TAS, the Association of African Startups. So if you are here and you are an African startup, you need a community like you so that you don't go on this journey alone. So you can be a part of that community and plug in into it, okay? And then grow together with other startups that are in Africa doing amazing work. And again, I would like to also do a shout out to our hosts, like where I am sitting right now is the Gtext Hub Dubai. Amazing, amazing idea, amazing initiative to also still, catering to the needs of Africans, right? And not just Africans, but also other, because like you said, when you say people who are outside Africa want the things that are in Africa, not necessarily that they want to come to Africa, but we are Africa. We are the Africans, right? So they want us, right? So even while we're here, they want to do business with us, they want to connect with us. And so Gtext Hub is here for all your connections that you want to do. If you want to set up your business, if you need a space, an office space to use for your meetings, even if you just need a workspace, right? A workstation that you want to use, we are available. And Gtext is a global brand anyway, so there are a lot of things Gtext itself is into. Gtext Homes, Gtext, Gvest, Gfarm, so you can plug into any of those expressions. And that's just to tell you one of the African brands that is doing amazing work in the global space. So thank you to Gtext Hub for allowing us to use this space and making this possible. So somebody is asking, Mrs. Joss, how do you share your PR code with your market? Amazing question, Christina Amebe. So we'll take that and then we'll let Mrs. Joss go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Christian. So your PR code is beneficial to your audience. So you share it with them the way you share, I want to sell a product and service to them, through your communique, your contents, videos. I dare say that it's important, however, that when you want to keep sharing your PR code is not something you say just once. It should become a movement. You should sell it as though you're selling the vision of a company to the audience. It's as though you're carrying people on board the journey you are traveling. You don't just want to talk at them, you want to carry them on the journey, and they see how you are doing it. So if I tell you that I'm on a mission to raise young African entrepreneurs who will rebuild the African economy, I will show you all the different things we're doing, all the different products, all the different movements we're launching to be able to make this happen. And every time I show you those things, I'm reiterating what we stand to represent. Do you see how it is? So people unconsciously and consciously begin to tie your personal responsibility to your products and services. So after a while, what happens is when they see you, they call you the name of that personal responsibility. So the way Jerusalem says she's Mama Africa. Why? Because I've been sharing this African dream again and again and again. Now it's easy for you to tie my products and services to the personal responsibility code I talk about every time. So just to answer your question, to tie it is to say, share it as you do share your content, tie it with your products and services. So you say, I'm trying to sell, somebody says she does wellness product, right? So let's say you're trying to tell people that you're selling alkaline water. Let's assume this is alkaline water. And then you say, you want to get your alkaline water, come to Just EBay Company to get your alkaline water. Remember, we're raising a breed of people who can resist all kinds of diseases anywhere in the world. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just giving that as an example. So you see your personal responsibility code is, we're raising a breed of people who can resist all kinds of diseases, and you're tying it to your alkaline water. So people will look at your product and service. They're not just seeing a product, they're seeing the personal responsibility because you have linked it again and again and again. That's how to do that.
Awesome. So it's more like stating your vision state or your mission statement.
Yes, again and again.
So make your PR code your tagline, if possible.
Yeah,
so that every time you show up, you just, that's what you end with. So once they see you, they know it.
Yes.
Our PR code means it's not PRO code, it's PR code. So personal responsibility code. Celine, I hope that's clear. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic answer to that question. God bless you. And thank you for being here on the stage today. God bless you. All right, bye. Yes, okay. Yes, we are back. And then we are moving on to our next speaker. This is the person hosting us. Gun. He's the real host, right? I'm here moderating, but he's the one housing this whole event. In the person of the owner of Gtext Hub itself, and he's here to share with us. Dr. Stephen Akintayo is Africa's most sought after investment coach. He's the CEO MD of Gtext Global. Gtext is a global brand, right? Which is the mother company of so many subsidiaries, which includes Gtext Home, a real estate company with a highly innovative and young workforce. It is based in Nigeria, United Arab Emirates, with presence in the United States of America, United Kingdom, and many more. Other organizations include Stephen Akintayo Consulting, SAC, a vibrant organization that is heavily building capacity all over the world through paid mentorship programs in the areas of real estate, brokerage and investment, e-commerce, digital marketing, freelancing, authoring and speaking, cryptocurrency and forex trading, and so much more. So today, Dr. Stephen Akintayo is here to share with us M plus V equals S, the ultimate business equation. Now, when I remember when I gave this topic, I was just laughing. This topic was birthed when, there was a meeting we're having at some point, and it just dropped that nugget. And so when I was putting this event together, I'm like, how much more? Like, it was just so fitting. Like, this is the topic we want him to come and elaborate on. You're going to find out, like, what's this equation? What is M? What is V? What is S? Dr. Stephen Akintayo is going to shed more light on that. Good evening, sir. So happy to have you here.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Doing great, sir. Welcome.
I think Gtext need to start paying me for all this appearance.
Special appearance, eh?
Right, because I'm really struggling to juggle itinerary from, Abuja, Lagos, Dubai, US, UK.
Yes.
It's becoming something that's almost every day. A particular branch is having an event, and they all want me to come.
Easy lies the head that wears the crown.
Yes. So, EJ, if you don't pay my $20,000 next time, don't expect me to come.
No wahala.
Yeah, but good job. Congratulations on a successful event. I've been, having a glimpse of what's going on. I want to thank all the various speakers invited for coming. And I love when I see value-driven people who want to add value to their world. And thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing. And how many of you have been impacted by all our speakers? If you have been, can you type, have been impacted? I would like you to just type impacted, I got value, I learned so much. Okay, just comment. Ahead of time, at some point, I need to move up to my hotel room. So there might be some little 3 minutes break to just go up. Okay, good. I can see a lot of people have been impacted. I saw something shocking. This is a UAE African summit. And I noticed that you had more non-Emiratis and non-African attend the event physically. What happened there, Ejiro? What happened to the Africans that the event was meant for?
Maybe they are lounging at home. Or most people are also connected online.
Yeah, because I was shocked when I saw the physical participants, that we had more people from Asia, from, I think, Pakistan and all of that. I didn't see the Africans who need this. But I think that starts the first part of my conversation. Somebody insulted us as Africans. So if you want to hide a thing from a black man, put it in a book. Another way is I put it in form of a seminar, and the person said he will not read it. In this context, he will not attend. And in reality, if there is any race who is still a bit behind in UAE, among the over 190 nationals to 200 nationals, Africa is a big part of that. We need more African representation, more African businesses who are thriving in UAE. And I believe the reason why the organizers put together this event is to say, how can we make that happen? How can we fast track that? Can we bring people whose business are doing well at the moment to begin to share with us what are the formulas, what are the secret recipes that they are using to grow their business? One of the biggest concerns for me personally is how a lot of Africans, particularly Nigerians, are involved in crimes, right? Businesses that are not legit, that are not legal in UAE. And I'm hoping that events like this, by the way, that's one of the reasons we started Gtext Hub, because the excuse some people give me is that, Dr. Stephen, when we come to UAE as Africans, we don't get support, right? There's no place that is a rallying point that I can go and get genuine advice as to how I can start my business. There's no place where I can go as to even how to register my business. A lot of the companies who are currently helping people do registration, right? Many of them are just extorting people. And so I got all this complaint. We don't even know partnerships. So I said, you know what, we'll create a home, okay, called Gtext Home, where all that is solved. You can get an office space, you can get your business, even if you are not in Dubai. We can set up your business for you even before you come to Dubai. We can create a virtual space for you, get you a corporate account, and so on and so forth. And it's one of the reasons we started Gtext Hub, and I'm excited at what the hub is doing, the impact they're making, and kudos to Abisola, who is the country head, Edirin, Ejiro, Saeed, and every member of the team. Good job you guys are doing. So EJ gave me a topic that is quite funny. When I saw it, I remember that it was a conversation we had. And basically I was talking about why I realized people start businesses all over the world, but particularly in UAE, and are struggling to sell. And I said it's because they are not using this formula, M plus V equals to S. And who can guess what M stands for? Just guess. Okay, type, if you can guess what M stands for, kindly just type, what you think M stands for. Can anybody guess? What do you think M stands for? Motivation, okay. Tony says marketing. Beautiful. Okay, we have more people saying marketing. Okay, beautiful. What does V stand for? I've gotten another person saying money, another person saying management. Okay, beautiful. But what does V stand for? V. Okay, Ojelabi says value, value, value. Okay, beautiful. Now, what does S stands for? S. Okay, equals to S, remember? So what does L stand for? Wow, somebody says sales. I think you guys are genius. Everybody, just clap for yourself. We have very intelligent people in this class. Just clap for yourself, right? For even being here, I love that we have a very intelligent class. So marketing plus value equals to sales. Marketing plus value equals to sales. Now, what's the difference between marketing and sales? What's the difference? Can anybody try? What's the difference between marketing and sales? Anybody, you want to try? The difference between marketing and sales. Okay? Anybody? What's the difference between marketing and sales? Anybody? Marketing is creating awareness. Okay, beautiful. Then sales. What is sales? What do you think sales is? Marketing is getting people aware of a product and a value. Beautiful. So what is sales? Bringing the product to the front. Yeah, nobody's answering sales. So I get sales is actually getting paid. Thank you to our FIC. Beautiful. Again, you guys are, I don't need to speak. Ejiro, I think we should end this class. Right? Your
I know,
students
right?
are
They're
doing
on fire. They're on fire. They've been lit
right?
up.
They are too intelligent. Let's just end the class. I think they. So now it's important to understand that marketing is the noise that you make in music. I tell people music is organized noise. And it is the noise that you have to make for your business. It's the organized noise that you make to create the music that gets you to get paid in business. Marketing, okay, is the organized noise that you make, okay, in business that gets you to eventually get paid by your customers. And you need to understand that music, like I said, is organized noise. Now, I always say this. If music is organized noise, if you don't make noise, your idea will turn to nonsense. Most of us who are African, same thing with Middle East, we are very conservative by design. We don't make noise, we're quiet, we're calm. But the Middle East was able to break that jinx. And that's why Dubai is doing well. I mean, I'm talking of Dubai, right? In Africa, we're still looking for a country, hopefully very soon, maybe Nigeria, that will evolve to also breaking that jinx. I'm talking about at the national level, where you're able to break the jinx of using conservativeness, of where conservativeness is actually hurting the opportunity to advance a particular country. Let me give you a typical example. How many of you are aware of 2 new Guinness Book of Record projects in Dubai? The first one is the deepest swimming pool. If you are aware, type I'm aware. The deepest swimming pool, 60 meters deep. I went for that event, okay, and I had a fantastic blast. I know of you are aware whether you've gone to swim there. The deepest pool in the world, Guinness Book of Records, 60 meters. If you are aware that they just opened that in the month of July, type I'm aware. If you are not aware, type I'm not aware. Okay. Also, how many of you are aware of the largest roller coaster or viewing deck that is in the form of a roller coaster, which is also the largest? You know all those wheels that you have, like a roller coaster one, and then they decide to turn it like a viewing deck. You go there, you view, you see the entire Dubai. You can go in the morning, evening. It's as tall as Burj Khalifa. 2 major Guinness Book of Record. Now, one of the funny things I realized about the deepest one, the deepest pool in the world, 60 meters deep, they created in that pool, there's a sinking city. You see Mercedes-Benz, I play chess. Inside water, you're able to put on oxygen and move and dive within. It's a very scary thing, but you should do it, right? I enjoyed it. Now, one funny thing they told me when I did the research, I realized that guess who opened that place? The first person to die there was Will Smith. And everybody typed Will Smith. Will Smith. Now, who is Will Smith? By the way, it's not because he's black, it's not because his skin color, they like it, or anybody likes it. It's because Will Smith has over 100 million followers on Facebook. And everybody type 100 million followers. That is more than many countries. In fact, that's almost 10 times the size of Dubai. If Will Smith's followers were to be a nation, to be a country, they would be 10 times the size of Dubai. That's just on Facebook. On Instagram, he has almost 30 million also. So cumulative followers that Will Smith has, Twitter, across all platforms, they are in excess of 150 million. Can everybody type 150 million? So you can imagine almost the size of Nigeria in Africa. One man has that. Now, who better come market? Okay, the deepest swimming pool. And you know, Will Smith has a bucket list. I don't know if you are aware of Will Smith bucket list. If you are aware, type I'm aware. If you're not aware, type I'm not aware. So first of all, he has the audience, he has the crowd. Second of all, he has a brand that fits into that. You know, he's done several bucket lists. So it was just for him to come and say, hey, I'm just doing another bucket list. Now, by design of the way they've created that organized noise of Will Smith coming to die there, they have just done something. One stroke to be in 150 in the eye of 150 million people. To say, come to Dubai, come and experience what Will Smith has experienced. Organized noise. Can everybody type organized noise? If you don't make organized noise, which is called marketing, you don't have a business. And you're just deceiving yourself. You really don't have a business. It's a matter of time before your business goes out. Gone. The second thing there is called value. Value is actually, and I say this a lot, value is not the future of your product. Real value is the benefit of your product to the consumer. Real value is not the future of your product. It's the benefit of the product to the consumer. I'll give you a practical example. I'm currently lodging because I'm in Dubai, I'm in Abuja, our Abuja office. So I shuttle when I'm in Nigeria across all our different branches just to support them and, you know, and see how we keep growing all our different branches. So I'm here in Transcorp, right? Transcorp here in Abuja. And right now, there are a lot of other hotels in Transcorp, right? A lot of other hotels. So this is not the only one. But you see, Transcorp has a unique benefit. It is the Mecca of Abuja. If key people, I'm talking about presidents of nations, if they come to Abuja, this is where they lodge. In fact, there's a very high net worth person that I've been trying to meet. You know, we met at the VIP lounge on my way to Abuja, only for us to try to connect. There was something I needed to give him. And then, you know, I was saying, oh, I'm lodged in Transcorp. So I'm also lodged at Transcorp. And that just filled that fit, right? Because of, now, the question here is, what is the biggest marketability of Transcorp? It's not just that it's one of the biggest hotels. It's not just that it's one of the finest hotels. No, it is the fact that it is where the who is who go to. Some of the wealthiest, successful people. And you just want to be there because, you know, just hanging around that network, that neighborhood, you can meet a network that just, you know, patronize you and turn everything to the next level. Is this making sense, guys? If it's making sense, type it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Come on, talk to me, guys. Okay, type it makes sense. Okay, if it's making sense, type it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Okay, good. So when you are thinking about value, I want you to think of what is the benefit to the consumer, right? How does this make the consumer richer? How does this save consumer money? Or how does this add to the brand equity of my consumer? There are three things you should be thinking about when you're thinking of value. How does it make my customer richer? Please write it down. Or how does it make my customer save more money? How does it make them make more money? Or how does it make them save more money? Or how does it add to the brand equity, to the image, to the prestige, right, of that particular customer, right? So these are the things you're thinking about when you're beginning to think of value aspect of your product and service. Then the last one is sales. So M plus V equals to what? Equals to sales. Now, sales ultimately is never, usually it's either 1% or 10%, depending on how expensive your product is. So sales is guaranteed, even though it's not the right proportion. It's a percentage of the noise you've made. So the reason you make organized noise is that you know that if it's a cheap, in terms of the price point, it's very low, you will get 10% of the total people who heard about the organized knots to eventually patronize you. If it's high ticket, the price point is higher, you get 1%, sometimes 0.1% of those who go to do business. So you then have to make more organized knots, right? A lot more organized knots. I remember we got a particular property in Dubai. It was a 21-story building. We're going to be giving you more details later. 21-story building, massive, in fact, taller than Transcorp where I am. And it's just 5 minutes from the airport, right? And we're to take over the operations, everything, turning it to a short lease property. And I remember what just got through my mind. So I toured the entire facility and said, wow, this is over 200 rooms. What organized noise can I make? If the rooms there are 200, I need to make organized noise for 1,000 to 10,000 people if I'm guaranteed to be able to make my guaranteed sales of 200 rooms every night, right? If I will get that sales. So the more the organized noise, which is marketing, in other words, the more you project, okay, the marketing, okay, the higher your chance of what, doing what? Of selling. Now, I want to tell you 3 powerful secrets, okay, of going about this entire marketing that you want to do. If your business in UAE, or you're thinking of coming to UAE, and you want to grow your business, 3 powerful principles, and I've used it. In fact, this secret is behind our formula right now, where on average we do up to $2 million in property sales, right? Can you type $2 million? Right? Averagely now we do $2 million in property sales in some weeks in UAE. So this is the secret I want to share with you. But EJ, can you give me a break for 2 minutes as I go up to my room, and then I'm back. 2 minutes, EJ.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for, yeah. Okay, guys. Right. So thank you as we wait for Dr. Steven to get back with us in 2 minutes. Thank you for engaging. Like, you guys are really on point. Like, you guys are an awesome audience. You are awesome. Please clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. Like, just give me some emojis. Like, you guys are on fire, on fire. Thank you so much for you know, for being here and for being a part of this, right? Thank you. I love, I see my people. Flexi mom, I see you, sis. Oh, so good. Don't you just feel good when you get, you know, when you see your people supporting you? I feel so honored having each and every one of you here today. Thank you for making this a reality. Like, even if I had organized this and you didn't show up today, then we were not going to have this event. So thank you so much for just being here and for engaging. I know that, you know, the number has been going up and down, but it's just been amazing having you who are here per time, connect, you know, with what we're doing and what we're saying. And I really just want to appreciate it. I know it's not time for what's it called? It's not time for what's that vote of thanks yet, but let me just plug this in and say thank you. You guys are simply amazing, and I celebrate every single one of you that is live here right now. Thank you for connecting. And I know that we're also live on Facebook. So sorry we've not been engaging with those of you on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, I really can't see your comments right now. But if you're saying anything, we appreciate you. Thank you for connecting as well. I've heard that you have, you know, we have some people there on Facebook as well, and connecting and engaging with this content. Thank you so much. This is going to be up on Facebook. The replay will be up on Facebook afterwards. So for those of you on Zoom, if you're having any challenges at some point, don't worry. The whole session is being recorded and it's going to be on Facebook, and we'll probably share the link. If you registered for this, we have your email address. We're going to share you the link to the Facebook so that you can go watch it again and again, because all the speakers really came with their A games and they've shared with us from their hearts. And I feel like if you listen to it over and over again, you're going to learn more things that you probably didn't even catch live here right now. So Thank you so much. Thank you, Tony Ojelabi. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Don't worry, we're going to share the link with you on Facebook. If you follow me on Facebook, for example, if you go on my Facebook page right now, you see the link there. Or you can check for Gtext Homes. Is it Gtext or Gtext Hub? Gtext Hub. Okay, Gtext Hub Dubai. If you check for Gtext Hub Dubai on Facebook, we're there. You can also see it on my Wale Jiro Osakede on Osakede Ejiro on Facebook as well. I've shared the link as well there, so you can watch from there if you're having any challenges on Zoom. But thank you so much. We have Dr. Stephen back for another. We're going to give you another 10 minutes so that we can move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Can you imagine? They are bouncing me on my own.
We're not bouncing you.
If you are paid, you know, my $20,000, yeah, not be giving me time, right? Okay, but great, awesome, guys. So I'm back, and I want to quickly share with you 3 things that will make the M plus V equals to S. How do you really engage this better? The first thing I want to share with you is called copyright. Everybody type copyright. First of all, I need to know that everybody is copying something. Anybody that you see doing well had to copy something, right? All this, and this is very important for those of you entrepreneurs here. All this, you know, Dr. Stephen, my idea is unique. Nobody has the type of idea, Oga. Is probably the reason why I'm not going to invest in your idea. Because it's probably dumb. That's why nobody has done it. There is no, somebody said, God ended creation on the 6th day. What you have is called innovation. What's innovation? Adding something to what already exists. That's why you call it copyright. So what do you do and make by copyright? You look for something somebody has done and is successful at it. Add something to it. It's the biggest secret of Dubai. Now, I told you the deepest pool in the world, 60 meters deep. Guess where Dubai got it? Somewhere in Europe. They have done 40 meters. What did Dubai do? Oh, they did it well. We will make our own 60 meter. We'll make it a sinking city. We'll add this, we'll add that. Voila. It has become original to Dubai and everybody is coming. The roller coaster thing, the same thing. It's been done elsewhere, but they added to it. Atlantis, it's been done elsewhere. They added to it. So a lot of times, the reason why your business is not scaling is because you just come up with these ideas, right? And you've not said, where have they done this idea? What is missing where they've done it? How can I add to it? Even across Africa, one of the reasons why our policies don't work in Africa is because we're not copying rights. We're supposed to check, where have they done a particular policy for transportation that worked? How do we add a little bit more that makes it customized to our country and then evolve that? And then you begin to see better policies in Africa in terms of government policies. So you have to learn to copyright, learn to study those who have gone ahead, study businesses that have gone ahead. For example, a lot of people notice 3 years ago, we changed our logo to red. That was as a result of a study. I did a 3-year research. Businesses that have lasted 100 years, what is the secret? From KFC to Coca-Cola, you know, I even went to CNN, to even media companies that just became sensational. What's the secret? And I discovered that more than 70% of them had to use the color red. And I went by and said, no, you know what? We're changing our logo. Red, baby. Copyright. Copyright. So study businesses that are successful. Look at what they haven't added. Add your own, and you've copied right. Does this make sense, guys? If it makes sense, type it makes sense, it makes sense, it makes sense. Number 2, if you're ready for number 2, type I'm ready, I'm ready. I love engaging, right? I love chat. I like that we do this back and forth. Are you ready for number 2? If you're ready, type I'm ready, I'm ready. Number 2, classify your market.
Now, I see a lot of us as Africans come to UAE, and we want to start Angola company in UAE. It won't work. So what do? You come to UAE, all your staff, Angolans, the product, only Angolans can eat it, right? That's not how to become a multinational. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. What are you supposed to do? When you come into a new, for example, there are 2 people only in our entire Dubai operations that are Nigerians. Or they are from, okay, 3 that are from Africa, right? Others are not from Africa. Because as much as we are from Africa, and we need to, of course, create solutions from Africa, but we need people from other countries to be part of our vision. We need to work with them to make things work. And so we had to intentionally say we'll be one of the most diversified businesses owned by Africans, but in UAE. People from different cultures must work in our company. So what did we then do? We classified. So we said we will not lose the African market. So we have certain things structured for the African market. But you know what? We're going to engage Middle Eastern bloggers to start doing, in fact, the only bloggers we've used so far in UAE, in our marketing job in UAE for our real estate company, are all Middle East bloggers. In fact, the entire activation was done in Arabic. That's classifying for the Middle Eastern people, right? Of course, we then have the campaign that is to the world, that everybody. And that's why today we have clients who are Indians, we have clients who are Chinese. Of course, we have African clients in our Gtext Homes Dubai. But it was intentionally crafted and strategized from day one. Else, what will have happened? Will have been a situation where we have a business in UAE, but we're acting like we're in Nigeria, right? Instead of realizing that UAE is not Nigeria, is a very cosmopolitan country, right? With more than, almost 200 nationalities. We have to reflect that we're in UAE, right? There are almost 200 nationalities. So we have to incorporate that even into our diversity in our structure in UAE. Are you learning, guys? If you're learning, type, I'm learning. Okay, so that is number 3 secret to excellently executing M plus V equals to what? To C. Because if you do not execute these 3 things I've said, you might, of course, go ahead and just cram M plus V equals to S. You will not see the S part until you execute these 3 things. Number 1, copyright. Enough of all this, I've just created a new idea. Nobody has done it. In fact, when I start hearing nobody has done it, I've tuned off. Show me where it's done. Show me your competitors and tell me what you've done better than your competitors. That's what I want to hear. But nobody has done it. That's probably the reason it will fail. So copyright, copy somebody. I want to see who you copy, but I want you to copyright. Don't copy word for word. Don't do exactly like they did it. If you always add to what has already been done right, I promise you'll be original. Number 2, classify your market. Okay? Who are those that, what's the segment that will be for people from your African continent? What will be some campaign that will go for people who are in the Middle East? What is your campaign that will be for everybody in the world? Number 3, and the last one, if you're ready for number 3, type, I'm ready. Come on, everybody, talk to me. If you're ready, type, I'm ready. Yes, and this one is probably the most important, but you can put it for startups, probably the most important for startups. And don't forget it. Move from free to fee. Move from free to fee. Move from free to fee is one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people have done. Whatever it is that you want to do, don't start by charging. Guys, you guys are here enjoying multiple speakers, training you for free. These guys ain't free, man. This event is not free. It costs us something. to put it together, for marketing, for the venue, for the space. But what are we doing? We are intentionally giving you free. Yeah. And very soon, when we begin to introduce fee, you'll be willing to what? To pay. How many of you will pay the next time Gtext Hub invite you for a meeting based on the value you've gotten for this one? How many of you will pay? You'll be willing to pay that? No. For them to have given me this much value for free. If they are now charging me, I'm confident that I'm going to even get a lot more value. How many of you will pay? Okay, I can say a lot of you said you will pay. You will pay next time. That's the powerful secret. Move from free to fee. So when you start a new business, when you ask, how can they taste it for free? Can they have a tip, a little part of it? Now, there's a new stuff, by the way, they are launching, I think for public, you guys can go there from September. The roller coaster that I told you about is a roller coaster. I'm not sure I'm getting the word right, but something, I think it's the roller coaster that kids normally use that goes round. But this particular one is uniquely designed where you can have dinner while you're observing the entirety of Dubai. It's just launched. But guess what? Before they open it to you, the audience, they invited the most loved, the most loved media personalities in Dubai. They're all invited. Almost every day they are hosting them. So they told them to stream the entire experience. So these guys are talking and say, oh no, this is an experience. Oh, you want to see this. Now imagine all your favorite celebrities and media personality telling you to go to a place. Will you not go? And they are showing you live the experience they are having. Okay, what have they done there? Do you think those media personality paid to experience that? Absolutely no. So they've given those media personality a taste. And they've made sure that those media personality didn't just taste it for themselves alone. They showed it to you and I. Right? So we're already seeing the experience. Of course, by September, when they open, they will be sold out. I promise you. And they were now saying, you can start booking your ticket now. So what will happen is, by that September, they already sold out. People have already paid, right? And these are some of the strategies we need to know about marketing that, of course, you need to add value and ultimately translate into sales. You must move from free to fee. You must give people opportunity to come taste, to come see it, to come experience it, to come have something unique, a unique experience that nobody else can give them. Let them come have it. And when people begin to come, I promise you, your sales will come your way. You move from M plus V, and you start seeing the S, which is sales. Thank you for listening to me. I love you so much. I'm Dr. Stephen Akintayo. God bless you and enjoy more with Gtext Hub. Bye.
Woo, 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 woo. Please, where are the emojis? Fire, clapping. Please don't go, sir. We have a question now. Don't go yet. Please give us 5 more minutes for questions. Fire, fire, fire. Where are the emojis? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Shegun. Thank you, Smart. Thank you, Dala. Thank you, Friday. So much, so much. Thank you, Adekunle. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen, for PCCing it. I'm sure, like, when people heard it, like, what is this? Even your PA had to ask me that, excuse me, what's the meaning of M plus V equals to S? I told her, don't worry, this is Dr. Stephen's formula, so he knows it, but I still told her anyways. Thank you so much for making that super clear. Like, you don't have to invent the wheel. You can just build upon, be innovative, build upon what already exists and copy correctly. Copyright. Okay, so we know what the other type of copyright is, which is about writing, right? But this one is like copyright. See and recreate, but add your own extra to it to make it stand out. If you have any question, I know you are hailing doctor now, but hey, doctor, job, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so please, if you have any question, now would be a good time here to ask. We'll take 1 or 2 questions and we would then move on to our final. Hey, you see this, our final speaker. No worries, I'm coming for you guys, but please let's ask our question. Or are you saying that Dr. Stephen has shattered the whole table. Like, you're like, let's just pick the pieces. We'll be asking questions another time. You might pay for the other time you're going to be asking questions. Better ask now. Abdullahi, what's your question, please? And so people on Facebook, if you have your question, if you have a question from Facebook, you can drop it. The team is going to send the question here and we'll be able to take it, but just one from Facebook as well. Abdullahi, okay, are you saying that you have gotten value, or are you saying you have a question? Okay, so Dr. Stephen, somebody is saying, how do we make organized noise?
How do we make organized noise? Okay, well, the entire marketing process is how you make organized noise. So can EJ, I'm sure EJ can give us an example of how she marketed this event, right? So
Yeah.
she made sure, for example, every speaker did a 1-minute video to talk about the fact that they're coming for the event. She made sure that the advert was across all social media platforms. And there were a lot of creative designs and concept. Of course, because it was a formal event, maybe she didn't do too many crazy stuff. But,
yeah,
you know, just finding a way to get people's attention, but the right people, right? The right people who need the products and services that you're trying to market, getting them to see you, getting them to hear you, getting them to notice you exist, you're here, right? It's very important. And speaking their language. I was with Pastor Poju yesterday, and I remember saying to him, I say, hey, you know, I do a lot of this event. Of course, how many Nigerians have I hosted my event? I didn't say that. I told him straight up, you know, we just hosted Les Brown, hosted Brian Tracy, because he also hosts a lot of international speakers, right? And of course, you know, he didn't even know me as at that time. And then I greeted and I went to sit down. Guess what? He called me by himself and said, hey, I think I know you. I remember. You're on Facebook, you know. And so, but you have to speak his language. He's an event person, right? So there are many things I do, and I could have mentioned many of them, but I have to speak the one that I know. He's an event person, right? That resonates with him. So how do you communicate? The way to do organized noise, how do I show myself in the faces of the people who need to buy my product and services in a way that they will be drawn to me, they will be glued to me, right? They will be attracted to me. Like one of the magical things I had to do recently. Now I was born in the North, and I'm born conservative. I'm a very conservative person. But today now people don't know, right? Because I had to learn. I started selling real estate. For years I suffered because I'm selling real estate and I'm still living my conservative life, right? And I'm, you know, even my talk, I'm just conservative. I care less about anything. So somebody had to tell me, say, Stephen, you don't understand. You are not even doing marketing. You're not doing branding. I said, at this level, say yes. He said, you have to show. So one of the shows I started was investment chart in Rolls Royce. Oh, that killed it. Right? That killed it. My next show is learning luxury. Guess what? I am not a luxury guy. I don't even wear wristwatch. Someone was telling me how they gave him a wristwatch worth 27 million. You give me that, I want to sell it. Even as of today. Right? But I had to learn that I'm selling high net worth product. And that's why today when I see people laugh on social media, say, Steve, I likes to show. I just smile. You don't know me, right? We need to show to attract. I'm telling you to come and buy a property of $5 million. You don't see me inside Rolls Royce, you will believe me. How? Right? I'm having a meeting. I hope, you know, the meeting, I've not even lost. I have a meeting by 4 p.m. with the people who want to sell me private jets now, right? And I've told them the only condition for buying your private jet, I must make back the money in 1 year. I'm doing real estate. That money for private jet, I will build. You know how many houses I will build with it, right? But why am I trying to get a private jet? It still helps the marketing. The year I buy private jet, mark my word, my sales that year will grow by not less than 200%. Write it down. What am I saying? 200%, probably 1000%. So there are some people who will not do business with you until they see that you own a private. At that point, because they want to do business, but they say, hey, am I sure? Am I safe? So, and many of you have killed your business that way because you are conservative. So you're not using conservative ways to market. It won't work. You have to make organized noise, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Oh my God. Hey, some people like the thing is, you thought if you feel it up, it's like, am I ready for this? Serious. I'm telling you. I know, right? Flexi Mom, like this is serious work, okay? We have a lot of questions, but guys, I think we'll probably have to take these questions later, but I'll just read them out, but we're already out of time. Somebody is saying that, what if you have a new business in mind and you feel and conclude that it has not been done before? What do you do? Don't conclude, just go and do your research, really. Like there's nothing new under the heavens, really.
I want to give everybody an assignment, right? Take a picture of yourself and look for any of my picture and do hashtag organized noise. Okay, and tag me on Instagram. Tag me on Instagram, okay, everybody. So today, go and do that on Instagram. A picture of yourself and my picture, and then use hashtag organized noise. You can then write there decoded or coded message for those who know, or you can say who know,
who
right?
knows. So yes. Oh, I love it.
Talk between you and I. Once I see that, I know you attended this event, and I promise to shout out to all of you. Yeah, somebody said my handle. Dr. S. Akintayo. Can you hear me type my handle for them? Dr. S. Akintayo is my handle.
On Instagram.
So follow me and then tag me. And I promise every one of you who do this, I'm going to do a shout out. I'll probably follow you back, right?
Oh, thank you so much, sir. So you see, keep that kiss giving. After giving value, we still help you organize your noise now. So you see, you're going to be on Dr. Stephen's page now. You see, your blow. All right, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. There are so many questions, but I'm not sure we'll be able to take it. But I'll just read out again. Somebody says that you talked about the copyright idea. Thank you for that. Like as a starter, if you have an idea, I'll just read everything and then you can summarize it. Say if you have an idea that is already existing but needs modification, how do you go about number one, protecting your idea, number two, getting investors, and number three, convincing producers to manufacture the product? Then the other one says, he says, what do you do when you have done multiple free classes, but when you charge them, they now complain that your fee is too much? How do you handle that? So can you answer all of those in just one swift answer? Your mic is mute, or yeah, your mic is mute.
I think the last question is the one I can quickly resonate with. Maybe you will remind me the first one, which is, so the secret, ladies and gentlemen, for me was I had to start paying others, right? I had to pay those ahead of me, and I made noise about it, right? So I give an example. This year alone, I've paid Grant Cardone more than $70,000. So who can't born you well not to pay me my own money? And I always talk about it, right? So that way you're able to see that this guy has credibility. He has the audacity to charge because he's also paying others, right? So a lot of time the issue is people feel that we're not being realistic. You just tell me to start paying just like that. Who are you to pay? But when people begin to see, and some of you do communicate it. The day you pay for a training, what X amount, put it on social media. Say, I just paid. If you need to screenshot, right? Let them see that the journey you're asking them to take, you've also taken it. That what you are, I started charging $10,000 and $20,000 for my coaching program when I went for a training. And I was embarrassed when I told them that I was charging people $1,000 as the highest amount. They busted into laughter because the people there, the cheapest of their program is $50,000, and some $100,000. I kid you not. So I was like, are you, you know, I was like, they will kill me in Nigeria. But you know what I then did? So I had to post it. I said, well, I'm at this event. It cost me X amount to also get there. And I even told them I'm charging X. This is what they said, though. And so gradually I started educating my audience to begin to realize that, first of all, there's credibility to the charges these guys charging us, because they have charged him too and he don't pay. And that's the way life is.
Wow. Wow. Man, like you said, Idala, this is secret. I'm telling you, the day you pay for something, so you should know how to charge you, because you know, if you see the value you've gotten and you know the value that you're also giving, you will know, okay, what I'm giving is also valuable. And so if the people that you are now selling to can't afford you, then they are not your ideal customer. You can then change, you know, your audience that you are, you know, that are putting your product or services in front of them. And while you are waiting for the ones that can't afford it now, maybe you can create a smaller version of what you are creating now for them, if you can. But if not, just know that maybe they are not your right audience. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Really appreciate your time here with us. Thank you for sharing all those nuggets and all those secrets. God bless you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, guys. Yes, we are here.
Good job,
now.
Ekudo. Thank you for having me. Good job.
Thank you
Well
so
done.
much. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so now we're back here and we are about to have our final speaker for the day. But before we do that, let me just give you this message and I'll be right back and I'll bring up our next guests. All right, give me 1 minute. Yeah, okay, please, this is the message from our host, and then I'll be right back with our last speaker for the day. So I'm just going to read your profile and then. That's it. All right. Yes. That's our simple message from Gtext Hub Dubai. Yeah. So now, if you are ready, if you are not, I will not turn on my video. I will not turn on my video. Tell me you're ready for our final speaker of the day. Tell me in the comment section. I'm not going to turn on my video until I hear we are ready. Are you serious? Are you sure? Are you sure that we are ready? Are you super sure that you are ready? Are you sure? All the way from Ghana, my brother from another, oh boy, are you ready for fire? Like, carry your pen and your paper, because this dude, every second with him is fire dropping. Like, it's fire dropping moment. I kid you not. But before I turn on my video, right, let me just give you a super, a short intro about this person, okay? Don't worry. I'm going to review now. I know you are eager, right? Okay, so our next guest is Daniel, and he's a Pan-Africanist, a global sales and marketing consultant, author, a transformational keynote speaker, and popularly referred to as Africa's greatest sales coach. He is equipped with wisdom, global experience and expertise, and pragmatic skills, which makes every session of his a unique experience. I know they lie, like, see, you are going to experience it now, don't worry. Give me 1 minute, right? Yes, which makes every session of his a unique experience, leaving his audience totally transformed and equipped with the contemporary skills to deliver effective and efficient result. No lies at all. Daniel has organized and also partnered with numerous accelerators, incubators, universities, and corporations to organize seminars, which have seen him train hundreds of thousands of students, youths, startups, business executives, and CEOs from over 20 different countries, including a partnership with an arm of the United Nations, where he trained on negotiation and persuasions. His revolutionary sales book, which we are going to be revealing today as well, 12 Sales Secrets the Global 500 Companies Don't Want You to Know, has been celebrated globally since its release in 2020. He is highly self-motivated and a result-oriented gentleman who, apart from being committed to continuous learning, focuses on productivity, not just activity. Oh my gosh. His passion for his career and desire to make positive inputs and contributions in every environment he finds himself in is his long suit. He's very jovial, he's daring, he's adventurous, and the people's person that he is. He loves to travel, involved in political and intellectual debates, inspires others, meet new people, and have fun with friends. Daniel is currently Executive Director of Impact Network Global and also the Head of Marketing and Digital Strategy for Tonaton Ghana Limited. Tonaton is like the Dubizu of Dubai, or the OLX of Nigeria. Tonaton is a huge company in Ghana, and he is currently their executive director. One more time, are you ready for this? Like, hey, oh, you don't understand. Like, you can't understand the fire I'm talking about until you experience it, right? Are you ready? Are you ready? Say ready, 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 ready. I'm about to turn on the video. Are you ready?
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. I hope you've already had an amazing session. All the speakers were really fire. I learned so much from all of them, and I must say that even if we should end here, trust me, you have learned so much, and I believe your life is going to take, is going to be propelled into a totally different sphere. God bless all the speakers. We thank you all so much for the great work that you have done. We indeed need people who are passionate about development, people who are passionate about sharing what they know to see a global growth of the youth of gifts of people. So thank you so much, all the speakers. And thank you so much, energetic Ejiro. The first time I heard energetic, I was like, who is this energetic Ejiro? And then until I met her in person, I realized that, oh, she's indeed energetic Ejiro. Okay, great. So I'm glad to be here in Dubai for this conference. My stay here for the past days has been amazing, with different trainings with different companies and consultants. And I must say, I love the people. I love how receptive they are and how they love to learn from people who are experts in different fields. So today I'm going to be talking about the 12 sales secrets that the global 500 companies don't want you to know. And everything I'm going to talk about is in this book, the 12 sales secrets. Before I start, I just want to give a bit of background for myself. Why did I enter sales training and all that? So I started my career basically as a sales executive in a Swiss digital marketing agency. And when I started, I'm naturally very adventurous. I like to go hard and all of that. So I started in the first month. I met I could have literally 10 meetings every day with different people on digital marketing, on sales and all that. And I was not performing, to be honest. I was a poor performer, 0. In the second month, I still went hard. I wasn't lazy. I was passionate. I loved what I was doing. I loved going out and trying to talk to people about services and all that. But you see, it's not just about activity. It's about productivity. So in the second month, again, it was a 0. I didn't sell anything, but I was hardworking. In the third month, I tried again. And guess what? It was still 0. But I was passionate. I wasn't lazy. I could say I was working harder than everyone because I could wake up, just go for meetings here and there, meeting people, calling people. I was so passionate and energetic, but still nothing was happening. So in the 4th month, I was actually demoted. Anytime I'm being paid at the end of the month, I felt very guilty. Even though I know I was working, I felt guilty because, man, you are not performing. You're not bringing in any revenues. So in the 4th month, I came across some sales material, sales book, and I said, I'm going to learn this. So I started watching videos, going to conferences, buying books. There's anytime I hear about sales and marketing, I'm there. In the 4th month, I remember very, very well. It was one Wednesday afternoon around 4 p.m. in Ghana. I entered this store owned by a Pakistani, and I had met him several times for the past 3 months, and he was never interested. By this time I went, we talked, we built the right relationship. I talked about our services and all that. And surprisingly, there and there, I literally had to prepare the contract on my laptop there. We signed everything there. And my first sale there was about $2,000 as at that time in Ghana cities. So in dollars, about $2,000. And you can't imagine the relief I had. I went back to the office. My boss was surprised. Like, everybody has been bringing in deals of maybe $1,000, $1,200. They were well experienced. And Daniel all of a sudden shows up with $2,000. Where did he get this from? So I was very relieved. And since that time, I realized that, okay, so Daniel, if you are going through this, it means that a lot of people are going through it. If you are going through it in Ghana, that means there are people across the world going through this same issue. There are people who are lazy. There are people who are not interested in learning. But there are other people too. They are working hard. They are burning the midnight oil. They are working hard, talking to clients, doing everything to sell, to grow their business. But it's not, they are doing everything you can think about, but it's not happening. And I'm sure some of you here feel the same way because that is what you are going through. So on that day, I made up my mind that I'm going to master this skill and I'm going to teach it to the world so that everybody can have a peace of mind and grow their business. So if you are here and that is what you are going through, you don't have a problem. I'm here to help you. So, so since then, I've been working as a sales coach in different countries and different companies, multinational companies. The recent training I had was with an arm of the United Nations in Ghana and also with Coca-Cola. And I decided to put together this book, The 12 Sales Secrets the Global 500 Companies Don't Want You to Know. Now, one of the easiest ways to grow in life is to know what great people know. If ever you meet any great man, never chase his results, chase his knowledge. Because if you understand and know what he knows, you can be able to produce what he produces. So with that being said, these are the top 500 companies in the world. I'm talking about Walmart, I'm talking about Coca-Cola, I'm talking about Emirates Airline, I'm talking about Facebook, I'm talking about Amazon, and all these big brands out there. Have we ever wondered what makes them the top 500 companies in the world? Nobody cares. We just know them, that they are top 500. But who is researching to realize that this is what they are doing? That's why they are there. Who is doing that? Because for all I care, some of them, some other companies possibly have more investors than them. So that means it may not necessarily be the money, because before Apple became Apple, other companies were more liquid than them. So what eventually made Apple Apple? Who is thinking about that? Who is researching on all these things? Now, in the year 2011, Coca-Cola didn't necessarily bring a new product globally. They didn't necessarily change their prices. They didn't necessarily do anything special. But if you look at the statistics, in that year alone, they made an additional $11 billion growth in revenue, just like that. If it's maybe $2 million, maybe the market was good. Maybe if it was $500 million, maybe that's good. If it was maybe $1 billion, maybe the market, the economy was good. How does a company make an extra $11 billion? How? What did they do? And who's talking about it? No one. So that's why I did this research on these top 500 companies in the world. And I realized that these 12 things actually run through these 500 companies. How amazing it is. They actually run through. And today I'm going to discuss and train on these things. And I know you are going to be blessed so much. So now let me start with the chapter 1, which talks about everybody sells. You see, everybody sells. You sell every day. The greatest skill any man on this earth can learn is the skill of sales. Don't limit the skill of sales to people who are in the career of sales. Everybody is selling every day. From you telling your boss you want a pay raise, to you asking for a discount on buying something, to you convincing your child what to eat and what not to eat, the friends to follow and the friends not to follow, the things to do and the things not to do, to you being able to appease your husband or your wife when there is an issue at home, for you being able to ask someone on a date. Listen, all of those things is sales. Everybody is selling something. Everyone is selling something. Everyone is selling something. So if you don't understand the skill of sales, it doesn't matter how amazing and how gifted and how blessed you are, you can never make the best out of life. Those who make the best out of life are not necessarily special. They just know how to sell themselves. Now, I've sat in a lot of interview sessions in different companies, because one of the things I do is that I have a service where if you want to hire salespeople, or if you want to hire people, especially in marketing and sales, I sit with you in the interview session and I interview the people with you. Now, there's something I have realized, that the people who usually get jobs are not necessarily the best. They're just the people who are able to sell themselves well. Now, after you hire them, they realize that this person performed better in the interview more than this person. But the person who didn't perform well at the interview is performing better on the job than the person who performed well. For employers out there and people who have started interview sessions, I'm sure you have realized this, but this person wasn't the best in the interview session. But when we hired him, he's doing way better than the person who impressed us during the interview session. The real issue is that the person who did well in the interview session was able to sell himself well. So maybe you are looking for investors in your business. It's not that your business doesn't have a good P&L or the business doesn't have a future. How are you selling yourself? How are you selling your business? You go in front of investors and what do you say? It's not about what you have, it's about how you say it. Life is not about what you have or what you can do. It's about how you can communicate it to them so that they are able to decode that communication. And when you're able to decode it, then they choose you. Anytime someone is chosen, it's because that person sold himself well. It doesn't mean the person is the best. I'm still talking about everybody sells. So let me give another example. Have you been in a situation where you are a group of friends and you are all deciding, let's go on a trip here, or let's go to this restaurant, or let's go eat here, or let's do this, and everybody's bringing out their suggestions? The person whose suggestion is finally taken is not necessarily the best idea. It's just the person who was able to sell the idea well. Think about it. Maybe you were all deciding where to go on a vacation. It can be with your family or your friends or whatever. Whoever's decision or suggestion was taken was just able to sell it better than all of you. It doesn't mean that was the best. It doesn't mean that. So you are selling every day. So if you don't master this art of sales, you lose a lot of opportunities in this life. And if you don't get an expert in sales to guide you and groom you and help you through this, you lose a lot of opportunities. Most of you, your next opportunity, your next investment, your next breakthrough is actually in your next ability to influence the next person. Opportunities will come to you every day in life. Opportunities will come to you every month. Things keep coming, but you realize that you keep losing it. It's not because you don't deserve it. You just don't know how to sell. So how many opportunities have you lost this year? Because you didn't know how to sell the idea to them. It's not because they didn't want to accept you. You didn't know how to sell it. There's a difference between the quality of an idea and the quality of selling the idea. Most of you have the quality of the idea, the quality of the project, the quality of the products, the quality of the business, the quality of the idea and all that. But you don't have the quality of selling the idea. You don't have it. And if you don't have it, you lose a lot of opportunities in life. Your ability to move forward quicker in life is in your ability to sell an idea perfectly so that people will buy into it. So everybody is selling. So why is no one really talking about the sales conversation in life and in all that? Everybody's selling. Let me give another example. Let's say you enter a restaurant or you enter a shop to buy something. Let's say something you have never purchased before, you have never eaten it before. You've just seen the marketing around and you have seen the branding. The branding is nice, the packaging is nice, it looks good. Maybe it's a snack. You've never tried it before, but immediately you look at it, it looks very attractive. It looks good, it looks amazing. And then you decide to buy it. After you give out your money, now you open the snack and taste it. It doesn't mean the snack is nice. I'm driving to a point. Follow me here. It doesn't mean that snack you bought from the restaurant, you've never seen it before. It just looked very good and appealing and the marketing was good and the sales was good. So you decided to try it. Now, you buying it is not a guarantee that you will enjoy it. But what do you realize? Even before you can tell if it's nice or not, you have already given out your money. Your money is gone already. That means that people don't necessarily buy because of quality products. Because before they can know your product is quality, they'll have to even give their money. So what do you have to do to ensure they give their money first before they now even realize that your product is quality or your service is quality? So that means that quality products don't sell themselves. Quality ideas don't sell themselves. Quality and amazing projects don't sell themselves. Nobody knows it until you're able to sell it well. Because it's after you give out your money that you can even taste quality products. That means that something, an expectation, something was worked on your mind to make you give out your money, even before you can judge the quality of something. So that means that sales is not really about the quality product. The quality products matter after the sales has been made. The quality product, it matters after the sale has been made. So what then do you have to do to make the sale? That is the question. That's a topic we should be discussing. That's a topic we should be discussing. So all of us here, if you are here, I just want you to know you are in sales. So now let's dig deep into some of the secrets of these top 500 companies in the world. The first thing I want to talk about, so I've talked number one about everybody sells. And I've also dealt with the fact that quality products don't sell themselves. So please note all these down. Please make sure you're writing notes. Now, the third thing I want to talk about is what I talked about on Coca-Cola, making $11 billion. What did they do? What exactly did Coca-Cola do? What exactly did they do? I've explained it in details on how it came about, how they were actually sitting in the conference room. I've done a deep research on this. How do I sit in the conference room and an agency brought this idea, and then I've stated everything in the book. Make sure you get a copy and then you can go deep into it. But what exactly did they do? Most of you remember this campaign. Share a Coke with Daniel. Share a Coke with Kwame. How many of you remember that? Share a Coke. And then you put it was personalized. They wrote the names on it. How many of you remember that? I want to see something in the comments. Oh, you remember? Yes. You remember all that, right? Yes. You remember that? Can you imagine that something as small as that campaign made Coca-Cola globally $11 billion extra money? Just that. You see, people complicate lives for you. You listen to a lot of people, you read a lot of books, and anything that is complicated is not genuine. Let me give you an example of what I mean by everything that's complicated is not genuine. Look at a key to a car, maybe a key to an SUV. How does the key look like? Very, very small. Very, very, very small. But that small key is able to move that SUV. And without that key, you can't move that SUV. That is how keys are. Keys are small, yet powerful. Keys are small, yet it has in it the entire potential to change an entire nation. That's how keys are. That's how keys are. So if someone is telling you about the sales and everything, and it looks so complicated and you can't apply it, It's possible the person read it from somewhere and is just passing it to you without understanding it. But for us who understand it, we can break it to you like milk so that everybody can have a taste and everybody can use it. How difficult is it to do share a Coke with? Like, how come nobody thought of it? Share a Coke with. Maybe Pepsi could have done it. Share Pepsi with, I don't know. But this is something that has already existed. And Coca-Cola took advantage of that. And that secret is the first secret in this book, and it's called the customization emotion. The customization emotion. The customization emotion. The sweetest thing in the ears of every man is his name. The sweetest thing in the ears of every man is his name. So you don't also have to do share a product with. No, that's what I'm saying. So in the book, the 12, so this is the book, those asking 12 sales secrets the global 500 companies don't want you to know. You can order on my website, www.danielsarpong.com. Those here in Dubai, I have some copies here, so you can have a copy. So what Coca-Cola did was that, all they did was that they made sure that they resounded the sweetest thing in the lives of everyone on a bottle of Coke. That's all they did. How difficult is that? How complicated is that? And at the end of the book, what I actually do is that for each secret, I show you how you can also use it now. And for every secret I've stated in the book, you can use it now. I've broken it down into a way that anybody can use it now and see results. And the interesting thing is that you don't need all the 12 secrets to change your business, to change your life. Only one is enough. However, you are more powerful if you have all the 12. But even if you have just one secret, is fine. So when Coca-Cola did this, they used their names. How can you use it now? How you can use it now? Dominion said, I have read the book. I'm glad you have read it and you loved it. Amazing. So how you can use it now is, number one, call all your clients, your stakeholders, and everybody you meet by their names and mention their name right. Make sure you are mentioning their name right. Listening, doing something as little as that creates a bond and a connection with you and the person that possibly, I mean, a lot of things can't compare to that. That's little thing. Just calling people by their names. Calling people just by their name. Not just by their name, but mentioning their name well. This is something that Emirates Airline does perfectly. On taking first class on Emirates Airline, one thing that they do is that they learn your name in the accent, in your native accent. So if your name is Daniel Sarpong or Daniel Kwame Sarpong, they put in effort to pronounce it and learn it the way it is said in your country. Immediately you enter your seat, they greet you and mention your name. What does it do? It makes everyone feel, wow. They're not just serving everyone, they know me personally. They have invested time to even know my name personally. And not just know my name personally, but pronounce it just the way it's pronounced in my country. Automatically, you fall in love with them. When you fall in love with them, you fall in love with the airline. Something as little as this. You see, these are the small things that people take for granted that kills them. Yeah. These are some of the things that people take for granted that actually kills them. Names. Another thing you can do if you're a business, especially if you're in B2B, or even if you are in B2C, but you have some very loyal clients. It's nothing crazy. Get a pen and customize their name on it and give it to them possibly on their birthdays. Especially if you're in B2B or you deal with investors or you deal with top business executives and CEOs, know them personally. And one of the things you should do is give them customized gifts often, even if it is not once, twice in a year, at least once a year. Everyone has a birthday every year. Note the birthdays of all your top investors. Note the birthdays of all the top people you work with, you relate with, you do things with. Know their birthdays. Ask for it. On their birthday, get a customized book. Get a customized pen. Just with their name. It doesn't have to be anything magnanimous. Get a customized pen, a customized book, a customized key holder, a customized mug. Something that means special. And if you have good relationship with them, you can find out what means value to them. That's the next thing I'll be talking about value means different things to different people. But find out something that means value to them. If they are tech people, maybe they would want a customized pen drive. If he's a business executive and loves dressing, maybe he would want a customized pen. Something. And you'll be surprised the impact it will give you. You'll be surprised. So this is just the first secret I'm breaking down on the different ways you can do it. You can use it, the different things you can do. The next thing I want to talk about is that value means different things to different people. This is one of my favorite quotes. Value, it means different things to different people. What value means to person A may not necessarily mean value to person B. This is also in chapter 2 of the book. What means value to person A may not mean value to person B. And in sales, what you sell is that you sell value. You don't sell products, you don't sell services, you don't sell the company. Nobody cares about your products. Nobody cares about your services. Nobody cares about how long. No, nobody cares about that. All people care about is what is in it for me. Human beings are selfish beings, including you and I. We are all looking for what is in it for me. So the customers out there don't care that you are in business, that you must sell, that if you don't sell, your business is losing. Nobody cares. No, like, I want you to understand this. Like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. If your business collapses today, nobody cares. You are just one of the people whose businesses collapsed. You are not any special. It's not news. News stations will not come and say that, wow, his business collapsed. No, nobody cares. You are just one of the masses whose businesses failed. The masses don't care about your business. Nobody cares about your business. It's you that cares about your business. So if you are trying to sell to someone, stop talking about your business and start talking about them. What would they get from this? What is in it for them? When I talk about value, what I'm trying to say is that what is in it for them? What do they get to benefit? It's only when you are able to communicate what they are able to get or what value means to them that you'll be able to sell to them. Because nobody has free money to give out. Nobody has free money to waste. So anytime someone is buying something, don't see it as they are buying. See it as they have hard-earned money and they are willing to give out that hard-earned money to take that thing you are selling to them. So if what you are selling doesn't have any benefit or interest to them, why should they give out their hard-earned money? Tell me. Not even any billionaire has money to waste. There's no one in this world who has money lying down saying that, oh, for this money, I'll waste it. If anybody comes and they are selling something, I'll give it to them. I'll waste this money. This money is for wasting. I'm not talking about entertainment. I'm talking about wasting, such that anybody comes and then immediately they come, I'll give them the money. Even no billionaire has that money available. If anybody is giving out $1, if anybody is giving out a dirham, if anybody is giving out a CD or a naira, it's because they believe that whatever they are given is going to, they are going to benefit something from it, either emotionally or from a product. Else, nobody will give out their hard-earned money. So now ask yourself, whatever you are selling, what is the benefits in it for them? What is the benefit, the real benefit? Forget about the product and the service. Forget about quality. No, forget about that. What is the real benefit in it for them? That is what you should be selling. So value means different things to different people. So what means value to the 12-year-old doesn't mean value to the 16-year-old. What means value to the 20-year-old may not mean value to the 32-year-old. So it may be the same product, but go to them with different messages. That's something I love about Emirates Airline. I love it about them. They talk about comfort. They talk about an amazing experience. With that, they are usually talking to the grown-ups and all that. And they have a whole ad for kids. They have a whole ad of entertainment and cartoons for kids. Because they are trying to sell to them to let the kids know this is what is in it for you. We've told mommy what is in it for mommy. We've told daddy what's in it for daddy. You too, this is what's in it for you. Because a child's decision can change the airline that a family uses. A child's decision. So Emirates Airline understands this. And what they do is that they sell to all the all the avatars or the buyers that are likely to buy from them. But for most of you, you have one product and the same message of that one product to everyone. Not everyone can be your target market. Not everyone is your target audience. If you are here and I ask you who are the people you are targeting, and you are just targeting everybody, hoping that they'll come and buy, you are wasting your advertising and your marketing money. If you are here right now and you don't have at least 3 to 5 avatars or what your ideal customer looks like, you don't have it, then you are doing hope marketing. Hope marketing is when you have a product and you are doing marketing, hoping that someone will automatically see and hopefully they will buy. You are wasting money. You are wasting money. You need at least 3 to 5 different avatars. This is how Avatar A looks like. Avatar A is a 23-year-old gentleman in university who usually some like details of who you are trying to sell to. With that, then you know that these are the groups of people that I'll sell to. So Avatar A, this is the message. This is where I'll meet Avatar A, and this is the message I'll give to them. Because where you meet person Avatar A and Avatar B will be totally 2 different places. And the messages you give them are totally 2 different messages. So you can't have one message for everybody. You can't. So people are wasting a lot of marketing dollars, and it saddens me. So I've talked about value means different things to different people. Value means different things to different people. Number 2, value is dynamic. Don't get deceived. What meant value to that client last year, it doesn't mean it's that same value this year. It doesn't mean that. Don't make that mistake. Maybe that client, maybe you are selling suit or maybe suit, and that client said, oh, my favorite color is blue. It doesn't mean next year his favorite color is blue. Don't assume. One of the greatest factors that kills people and kills businesses is the thing we call assumption. Assumption has killed friendships, killed relationships, killed lives, killed people, destroyed businesses because we all want to assume. Stop assuming for your clients. Imagine you went to a doctor last year and then you had headache and then you went to the doctor and then the doctor gave you drugs for the headache. You went this year, you met the same doctor, immediately he saw you. Oh, how are you? You came last year. He gets the drugs and then just gives it to you. Doesn't mean it's still headache. No. So why are you dealing with a client with the same problem they came last year and not asking questions? So one of the greatest things you should do is ask questions. Any man who is not asking questions is a man you can't trust. And any man who is not asking questions is a man who cannot have the right knowledge to benefit others. If really you are in business to help other people, how can you help other people if you're not asking them questions? You know, how can you help other people if you're not asking them questions? That's why a lot of people do market research before they start their business. Even apart from the market research, consistently, you should ask people questions. If people have bought from you for the past 3 months and you've not got feedback from them and you've not asked, you are killing your business. Find out. What, did they like the service? If they like the service between 1 to 10, how would they grade it? If they say 7, why the 3? There's something you are missing out and you're not asking. You are all interested in the sales. That is why for most companies, the sales goes like this. They get so happy. And then in the next few years, it goes like this. They don't optimize it. We get too excited when sales are coming. That we don't give attention to the customers who are bringing in the sales. The sales didn't come in automatically. It came in through people. So give attention to the people. The value is dynamic. So one thing you should consistently be doing is asking your client, are you happy? Is there a problem? Because most often when people are not happy, they'll keep quiet. And the next available option that comes, they'll take that train. By the time you realize you're losing clients. By the time you realize you are losing clients and your business dies and you didn't realize what you were doing. What you were not doing is that you are not getting feedback from them on the things that are happening that they are not happy about. They may not necessarily put in the effort to get that feedback because people may not necessarily put in the effort to come and get feedback from you. To come and give you feedback. It's your business, not theirs. There's always an available option from them. They don't have the energy to invest in the relationship with you because there are other options. You need the relationship. So put in the effort and get the feedback from them always because value is dynamic. Value is dynamic. So find out from them exactly what is happening, what they are not happy about, and what they need from you, and give them exactly what they need from you. Now, there's a concept called the leaky bucket theory. I'm still talking about value. I've talked about value means different things to different people, and I talked about value is dynamic. I hope you're noting down all these points. Please do make sure you're noting all these down. Now, there's a concept called the leaky bucket theory. And the leaky bucket theory is like having a bucket. You put it beneath a tap and you're pouring water into that bucket. Eventually, the bucket will be full and there will be an overflow. That's abundance. That's a buoyant business, a buoyant economy, and that's so beautiful. What happens when you have holes in the bucket? When you have holes in the bucket, what happens is that you keep pouring in the bucket, but you keep losing the water you are pouring in the bucket. So you're just wasting your time. And that's what most businesses and most people are doing. Not just in business, but generally even in life. That's what most people are doing. When you are pouring in the clients, make sure there are no leaks. If a client is leaving, you must know why that client left. If you don't know why that client left, that same hole that client used, other clients will use that place. Maybe it's your customer service. Your customer service is poor. Your frontline executives, their work is poor. Maybe they are not necessarily lazy, but they lack the skills. They don't know how to handle clients. They don't have a script. They don't know what to say when clients come with objections. They don't know. So you have invested millions of dollars in infrastructure. You've invested money in research and development, in travels and in all those things. How much have you invested in training? That's the question I asked CEOs anytime I meet them. How much have you invested in training? All the investments you made, you are making it so that you make sales. Now, the main reason you are doing the business is to make sales. But how much are you investing in the people who are going to get in contact with the client who will bring in the sales? Nothing. That's one of the secrets of the global 500 companies. Nestle especially. I did a deep research on Nestle, and it's crazy. Nestle, they are crazy on people development. Trainings here and there. People have been with Nestle for 30 years, for 50 years, because they take them young programs, youth, they groom them, they take them around the world, and they train them. Nestle. And I did that research on them. Those who, for everyone here, you get a book and you read it, and you realize what they do. AT&T, another company, trainings all the time. But generally, people don't want to invest. Now, so let me give you a scenario. Let's say you've invested a lot of money in your business. Good. Now, the people who are supposed to bring their money back into your business are not trained. So all the time, they are losing out on sales. So let's say if you have 10 people, okay, and each month, each of them lose 2 sales. Just 2 sales. They lose 2 sales. Now, 10 people, all of them lose 2 sales. So that's 20 sales in a month. 20 sales. Let's say that 20 sales is worth only $100. That's $2,000. But depending on your industry, a sale could be $10,000. A sale could be $50,000. Especially those in the industries that the revenue is huge. If you're not investing in your salespeople, you are losing money. It's called the lost revenue opportunity. You think for example, you set a target of, oh, this year we'll do $500,000 or $2.1 million, and you achieved it, you are happy. No, you lost some $500,000 you were not aware of because your salespeople were not trained. So now let's still give this scenario. So that's about $2,000 a month. $2,000 a month. A year, look at how much you are losing. A year, about $24,000. Now that $24,000, if you had invested just $5,000 to train them for the year, or you had invested $10,000 to train them for the year, would you have lost money? No. And that training would have kept them for the next few years as well. So if you think training is expensive, try leaving them as they are and see how your business goes. Try that and see. You lose so much money and you don't understand why your business is not growing. Because you see, a business that doesn't understand sales and customer service and experience is a business that's going around in circles. You see, the fact that you have speed doesn't mean you are moving forward. The fact that you have speed, it doesn't mean you are moving forward in life. You are probably going in speed in circles. So imagine going in speed in circles. It doesn't mean you are moving forward. So a business that doesn't understand the sales and the good customer experience and customer service, you are just going around in circles. You are always making the right revenue, but you're not moving forward as you should. You're not moving forward. And because of the leaky bucket theory, people come and they leave. They come, they leave. They come, they leave. So I know you are making sales and I understand, and it's great you are making sales and I'm happy for you, but you are not growing. That $10,000 last year could have been $50,000 this year from one executive. How many executives do you have? How many managers do you have? So anytime I'm talking to most of my my clients around the world and they tell me, but Daniel, your rates are a bit expensive. I ask them, how much are you making? So this amount that you are making, if you could increase it by just 10%, how much would you make? Compare it with the rates that I'm giving you. Just compare it and see. Exactly. Someone just said that. What if I train them and they leave? Think rather, what if you don't train them and they remain the same? It's affecting you. So training is very, very, very important. And I'm happy a lot of companies have now taken on to train their staff and all that. Because the recent one I did with the United Nations like this was on negotiation and influence. And you'd wonder, negotiation and influence, because they understand that life is sales. So wherever we are taking our people, wherever we are taking our staff, they should know how to negotiate and they should know how to influence people so that we can easily achieve our goals. If you send someone out and the person is good on certificates and all that, but they don't know how to communicate and they don't know how to negotiate and public speaking, they may not bring out the best. They may get some good deals, but they may not bring out the best. You've reduced the productivity. You've reduced it. So take note of this. A business that is going in speed doesn't mean that they are moving forward. They are possibly going around in circles because they don't understand customer experience, they don't understand customer service, and they don't understand closing the deal. So now I've dealt with value means different things to different people. I've dealt with value is dynamic. I've dealt with the leaky bucket theory. And I've also dealt with, basically a customer going around in circles. Now we don't have much time, so I want to end with this last one, which is networking. Networking is in chapter 8 of the book. And there's so much I want to talk about. Like, I wish.
Let them buy the book.
Yeah, I wish, I want to just, there's so much I want to talk about. For example, immediately I opened, I was trying to look for networking. I saw expectation is the baseline for satisfaction.
Hey, Charlie, okay. At this point, I'm going to come back on stage. Because remember I told you at some point, when you see people who are passionate about what they do, you can leave them, they will be here. If you leave Daniel here, he can be here for the next 6 hours, no kidding, right? That's when you see, somebody, people are begging you now, please touch networking. What's the name of the book? The name of the book is 12 Sales Secrets the Global 500 Companies Don't Want You to Know, and you can get it you can order for it. Yes, check the comment section. The link to order for it is there. But if you are here in Dubai, you can come and pick up a copy at Gtext Hub. Okay, so he's going to be leaving because he's out of town by tomorrow. So he's going to be leaving some copies with us, so you can pick up your copy here at Gtext Hub, okay? So everything he's been talking about, like I literally sat down because I have a podcast episode with him coming out soon. Amazing, it was just dropping fire. And I remember just picking up this book and just opening and reading. Like every line you open in this book and read, there's something that will jump at you, right? There's something that will jump at you. So it's such a great book. Like I kid you not,
I was with one lady. She worked in the property estate in Dubai. She got it last year. The hard copy wasn't out yet, so just a soft copy.
Yeah.
She said, "Daniel, why are you selling it for this cheap?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm just running a discount because I want to make sure everybody has access." She was like, "No." She said she literally, when I sent her the soft copy, she printed it and it's by her bed. Every morning she has finished the book, but every morning she wakes up and she reads a page. And it has changed her entire game.
Wow.
It has changed her entire game.
Okay, so we have people pleading that you should please touch on networking. So I'm going to give Daniel another 5 minutes, right? Because my team on ground here, I've been here all day as well. And as you know, today is Friday in the UAE, and this is our off day actually. On Sunday, we're back to work while you are chilling, right? So we need to actually go and chill a bit. So, but I'm going to give him, okay, I know 5 minutes is small, but let's give Daniel another 10 minutes to touch on networking. Like, but seriously, all this, don't just wait and come and get only the free stuff. Don't be like the other people. Come and buy this book, okay? Order for it or come and get a physical copy if you're in Dubai, all right? So I'm going to give him another 10 minutes to touch on networking. The stage is yours. Bye.
Thanks so much, energetic Ejiro. Wow, amazing. So one of the reasons I decided to write on networking is that back in 2018, somewhere in January 2018, I was at a network event with the French embassy in Ghana, and they had a lot of French people coming in to do business. And I was just networking, just meeting people and all that. And I just met this lady. We talked for 5 minutes. And she said, "I'm starting a company in Ghana and we need a regional director for the whole of Africa. Would you be interested?" I'm like, "You just bet me. What if I'm not even qualified?" She said, "No. The way you were able to get to me, you don't know me from anywhere. The way you were able to get to me, and I feel like I know you and I can trust you, I think I need you." It's like, what if I don't have any sales experience? Like, what if? I said, "No, this is the skill. The mere fact that you've been able to get to me is the skill we need for whoever we need for the regional, to manage the whole region of Africa." Unfortunately, I had to decline that offer because I move around a lot and I need something which is quite mobile. You know, if something is very mobile, I'm able to jump on it. But I couldn't stay. But that made me realize that networking is the key. Networking is the key. But most of you don't understand networking. All you do is that you go for networking events and you shove your complimentary card in the hands of people, and you go back home. "Yes, I went to network." No, you went to joke. Literally, you went to joke. Networking is about building a connection with someone. And if you try to network in pretense, that is not networking. It's about being as genuine and as original as possible, and try to find people whose energy match yours. Don't pretend. So one thing you should never do networking is pretending. Don't pretend. Be you. Another thing is, don't go around shoving your business cards in the hands of people when you've not even built a connection with them, such that after the event, if you go back and you call them, they ask, "Who is this?" "I'm the one who met you." "Huh? Met who? When?" "Okay, bye." That's how it goes. Most of you know it. Most of you know that. So networking is about being genuine. It's not about shoving your cards in there. I've dealt all that. It's a whole chapter. I've dealt with networking. It's a whole chapter. If you read that chapter, you are okay with networking. I can't deal with everything, but I'll deal with whatever I can do now. Also, networking is not going out to look for help. Networking is going out to give help. Note that. It's not about going to an event or going somewhere to look for help. It's about going to give help. If you are going to look for help, you're an opportunist. Stop that. It's not good. the more you have the willingness to give, the more you automatically receive. Because when people come to networking events, or when you go for an event or a conference, they are coming there for a couple of reasons. They're not coming there to give help. They're coming there to also find. So most people who go to networking events are going to find help. So to get to them, go and give help. Play the reverse. So try to find out who they are. Try to find out what they are doing, why they even came to the event, how they are enjoying the event. And avoid these things. And when you go to networking events, don't interrupt people. Maybe some people are already having a communication and just go and interrupt them. You become a nuisance. You become a nuisance. Unless maybe you know one or two people already in that group, then that's fine. Another thing you should note when you go for a networking event is have confidence. Anytime you don't have confidence when approaching someone, you look like a fraud. They won't trust you. They won't trust you. Even though you are a genuine person, they just won't trust you. It looks like you have something under your sleeves. So everybody will be careful of you. Just go, just be original, just be genuine, just build confidence. I mean, it doesn't have to be, and in the book, for that one, I won't discuss it here. When you get the book, you get it. I've talked about 3 questions you can ask to build relationship with anyone. 3 questions. 3 questions. So if you don't have confidence, you don't know what to do when you go to a networking event, just read that part. It's the last part of the networking. Just approach someone and ask the question. It will create an automatic conversation and a ripple effect of a conversation. You don't have to worry yourself, like, what will I say? How will I go about it? No, I've just stated 3 questions. Use any of them or use all of them. If you use those 3 questions, you can talk to someone for 2 hours. You can actually engage with someone for 2 hours. Those 3 questions are in the book. For here, I'll just talk about the do's and don'ts. So don't act false, because people will suspect you too much. People will suspect you. Just be original, just be genuine. And go with the intention to give. Anytime you are scared and you are shy and you are nervous and anxious to go talk to someone, apart from confidence issues, most often than not, is because you are looking for something and you are scared the person will say no. But if you know you are going to give help, I'm trying to know you to see how we can work together or how I can connect you. Why would you be scared? You won't be anxious and nervous because you are going with a good mindset. Who is this? I want to know this person genuinely. I want to know this person genuinely. And when I get to know this person genuinely, I'll see how I can connect him to somebody or help him on a project he's working on or whatever he's doing. If you have that mindset, why should you be shy to approach anyone to talk to the person? You won't. But it's because you are going with, I'm going to try my life to see if, before I continue, don't go and sell at a networking event. Don't, please don't. You are a nuisance. Please don't go to a conference, a seminar, unless it's a fair, fine. It's a fair where people came so that they'll come and buy, fine. That's okay. But you go for a networking event, maybe a cocktail event or something, and you meet people. Hi, my name is Sarpong. So I have this book that I think. No, you are a nuisance. We hate people like that. We literally hate. Don't do that. Build a connection. Later you can sell. Build a connection. Once you build that connection, you are fine. So now that I've made this point clear, I'll continue with what I was saying about networking events. So get a book and find out the 3 questions you should ask when you. So in the book, I've actually stated the do's and the don'ts, a lot of them, about 12 of them, the do's and the don'ts, and then the questions that you should ask when you go for every networking event. And please go to help. Go to help. Go to help. When you go there, just go and help. That should be your aim. If you follow this, you'll be surprised at receiving that you will receive. I've built networks globally because I go to a lot of networking events and I go to find out who people are and how I can help them. Once I'm able to help them, people keep, let me make this statement. People keep others around who have value. If you have value, people keep you around. So the aim of a networking event is to give value. So people see your value and decide to keep you around. I think that should make it, yeah. And when you go to networking events, one thing I want you to realize is that you see people in suits and whatever. Listen, they are human beings like you. We have so many things, so many similarities than differences. They are human beings like you. They have families. They want to go on vacations. They have dreams that they want to live. They have a purpose. They are also trying to find life. They are human beings. They are also just at a networking event like you. So approach them with confidence as human beings. They are also humans. They are possibly also shy. That's why they are not approaching to talk to you. Stop overthinking it. They are also nervous and anxious. That's why possibly he or she is standing there alone or sitting alone. Approach the person, smile. Introduce yourself. Ask the person why you are sitting there alone. Are you enjoying the event? Why did you come to this event? And then engage in a conversation, in a genuine conversation. So you're going there to build a lifetime network. You're not going to build a short-term network to sell your product or your service. Stop doing that. So I'll just wrap up here, basically. Those who are asking, my name is Daniel Sarpong Jr. and my website is www.danielsarpong.com. I think someone put it there already. And I've been in Dubai for the couple of days and I'll be leaving by tomorrow. But if you are here and you're in South Africa, you can give me a shout and link up. The next book launch will be in South Africa very soon, possibly by next week. So if you are here and you're from South Africa, you can hit me up and then you can have the book when I'm in South Africa as well. Awesome. It's been great having all of you. You can follow me on Instagram, Daniel_Sarpong7. Let me just put it here. Daniel_Sarpong7. Yep. And someone put my yep. So you can follow me on Twitter and on Instagram. And yes, awesome. That's great. Someone put my yes, link. That's perfect. So let's be in touch. I'm not, even though I'm very busy, I'm very open.
It's a very, we are, shift for me. We are people like that. So the people that me I have in my circle, we are big people, you know what I'm saying? Like we are very, very, VIP, VVVIPs, right? But we're very reachable, very simple. Reachable, like you can see us in the mall and just jump at us. Except for now that they're like social distance. Apart from that, like you can literally say, "Oh my God, Daniel Sarpong!" Or you can do, "Oh my God, EG, is this the energetic EG?" And I'll be like, "Yes, it's me. How are you doing?" All right, somebody. So let's take some questions quickly as we wrap up. Somebody asked a question that I want you to take.
Okay.
Friday Anagong says, how can one get back a client that is not happy with your service and not ready to say the reason?
Okay.
Because I think this came up when you said, if you don't know the reason somebody walked out, that's like the licking to block it.
So if they don't want to tell you the reason, it means you don't have a connection with them. That means you had a client all that while, they bought from you, but you didn't have a real connection with them. Especially when it's B2B. For B2C, hardly would you have a connection with them. But if it's B2B and they gave you their hard-earned money and you don't have a connection with them, you did yourself a big disfavor. You should have relationship managers, account executives who are in touch with them, who build a real network, a real connection, a real friendship with them.
What if it's a small business? Like, so you don't have all those extra.
You don't have that. You have to put in that effort.
Okay.
They have to put in that effort because they are bringing in the money. And a bird in hand is worth more than two in the bush. So invest in that relationship such that they are able to tell you of any problem they have. So when you have more people coming in, you can now hire someone to help you with the relationship. Because if you are doing a lot of business, you're doing it alone and not able to manage the relationships, then you are losing money because what happens is that this person will come, he lost and went. You go and get another one. He also come in. So in the point, you are just running fast, but in circles. So number one is you should build relationship with them so that they feel comfortable to talk to you. And number two is if they don't tell you the reason, suggest. So in a conversation, you can suggest, was it customer service? Maybe ask questions. So if they don't want to say it, one thing you can do is to ask questions.
There was something you said in that podcast about asking questions.
Yes. When you release it, they'll hear it.
Oh my God, I can't wait.
So yes. So ask questions. Even if they don't say yes, through nonverbal communication, you have an idea of what it was. So when you ask questions, they will tell you. But even if they don't, through nonverbal communication, maybe some of them you say no. But another one you say maybe. Then you know that it's maybe around. It's there. Exactly. But you must find the reason so that you work on that link. before
another customer experiences that. And
exactly.
leaves.
But I would like to drop this here. We are humans and we make mistakes. And I promise you that in business, you will make a mistake. Quality assurance is good. 99% Six Sigma is good and it's perfect. But there can be that 0.0001 mistake you will make on a client. So it happens. You make mistakes with clients. They'll get pissed at you sometimes. They won't be happy. It happens. That's why you must build a relationship with them. Anytime you build a relationship with them, when you make a mistake, your relationship fills the gap for you.
Hey, did anybody catch that one? Did you catch it?
Your relationship fills the gap. So if you are doing business with someone and you don't have a relationship, just know that the day you mess up, a competitor will come for them. Back in 2015, let me share the story. I was working with one of the big Lebanese companies in Ghana. I was managing a bit of digital marketing and all that for them. And we messed up. We had worked for like 3 years. Everything was fine. And one day we messed up. He called me on phone and he gave it to me and my team. After the conversation, Daniel, should we have lunch, dinner tonight?
Are you serious?
I'm like, yeah, let's have dinner tonight. And we went and we talked as if nothing had happened. Because
so
business
you're able
was
to
business.
separate business from
that's how I
built a relationship.
That's how I was able to keep that client. Because we actually messed up big.
Wow.
But we messed and we sorted out everything and since then we've been fine. But maybe, who knows, maybe next 3 years, I may mess up again or my team may mess up again. But the relationship is always
there.
Yes,
I love it. I love it. And if you follow through from the very first speaker to the second speaker, you will see just as this is how Lebanese do. Exactly, like you build relationship, and you see that Sridhar talked about relationship marketing. So in case you missed all the previous speakers, please go on Facebook, Gtext Hub Dubai, and watch and rewatch. You can follow me as well on Facebook, Osakede Ejiro. I posted the link on my wall, so you can go watch it again. We're going to leave it up. It's free. We're going to leave it free so that you can learn, because the nuggets that have been dropped today, like, they are priceless. All right. So go follow and really listen. But please, somebody is asking that how much is it in Naira?
In Naira, and I'll have to, once you go on the website, every information is there.
So you can convert it on the website. Do you have the
the conversions are already there.
Okay, so please visit the website and click on the link, and then you can check how much it is in your currency so that you can get a copy. We're going to find out how much that will be here in Dubai.
In Dubai, yeah. So originally, it actually goes for $60.
Okay,
but $60. As I said earlier, what I'm doing is that I want to make sure everybody is able to have access to it.
Okay.
So since I released the hard copy, I gave it out for $19.
Wow, are you serious? How much is that in dirhams? So let's say it's $20. Let's say it's $20. Let's say it's $20 in dirhams. That would be like almost 70 dirhams. What?
So that's why I told you that when I met them.
No way.
Yeah.
No, it's 100 dirhams, please. It's 100. It's 100 dirhams, please.
That's why
get your copy from Gtext Hub. 100 dirhams. The 30 on top of it is my own.
That's why I told you that when I met the executive who had read it last year.
Like, why is this that shit?
She's like, Daniel, you are deal value it.
Exactly.
She was literally pissed.
Are you kidding me? $19. That, like, yeah, in Naira, if it's $20, yeah, it's $20 in Naira, so times 500. That's what, like 10K, 10,000 Naira only. So please get it. And for those of you asking for my Instagram handle, is Ejiro Osakede, just my name as it is, Ejiro Osakede across platform. And the podcast is the Afrocentrist Podcast. You can also follow us on Instagram so that when I release his episode, you're going to, it's fire, like it's fire. I can't wait to release it. It's fire. Okay, thank you so much. Like, you guys have been like, please, you guys, gosh, you've been amazing. An amazing audience, engaging from the very start to now. I celebrate each and every one of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the people who came in live as well. We celebrate you. We are really grateful for your presence. You made this possible. Thank you for engaging, and look forward to more events that we'll be holding here at Gtext Hub Live, and also our virtual events. Of course, you know that we are going to be practicing what we're also teaching. Just so you know that what we're teaching is not just for teaching's sake. It's because they really work. Yeah. So when you work it, it works. When you make it work, okay? So that means the next event we might be doing, yes, there might be a fee to it, but that's because we know the kind of value that we want to add to you. But we also know that you needed to experience this firsthand to see that, we have like a whole network, a nation of value givers. And so we'll be bringing them on to, like, seriously, this time, I was at an event last year, 2020, and one of the futurists, one of the greatest futurists I know in Africa, Pastor Kunle Sharing or PK, said, what you do or what you don't do between 2020, which was last year, and the next 10 years is going to make or mar you, especially if you are the millennial. That's if you are in your 30s now. Whatever you do from now, which was last year, till the next 10 years, makes or mar you. And so we want to get all the knowledge, all the value that we need. We want to give, we want to receive, we want to exchange so that we can position well for the next couple of years that we have ahead of us. So we'll be giving you value for value. Also follow us exactly, my team, amazing people. Thank you, Saeed. Thank you, Aladdin. Thank you, Bisola. Thank you, Najim. Thank you so much for working together to make this a reality. And thank you to the big boss himself, Dr. Stephen Akintayo, for giving us this opportunity and just setting up this hub for us to be able to carry out such fantastic event. Kobe Billions, thank you for joining us all the way from Ghana. Big love to Daniel here from Ghana. Thank you so much. Please follow us across our social media handles. And yes, let's connect. We're doing great stuff. Africa is going great. So let us build it together. And you matter. Hey, give us that last slide, please. Give us that last slide. That one that busted our brain at times. Please give it to us. Let everybody type it out now as they leave. Please remember this. If you forget anything today, remember this.
So in the book, I talked about one of the reasons people don't sell is sometimes not necessarily because you're not hardworking. You have a low self-esteem. You don't believe in yourself. You think you are nothing. You think you are not worth it. So in the book, I have dealt with self-esteem there. I talked about my own experience and how I was able to deal with it. And I've given 3 different vaccinations against self-esteem and low self-esteem. And one of it is called the I'm a big deal and I matter statement.
Please type it before you go and reaffirm it and write it up. I am a big deal and I matter.
So those of you who get the book, go through that part and write your own. Everybody must write theirs. I am a big deal and I matter statement. And you read it every day for 21 days and see your life change. And one of the last things I want to say is that I do a lot of trainings for youth. I'm very, very passionate about youth development, especially in Africa and across the world. So if there's anything any of you is doing on youth development, trainings and stuff like that, I'll be happy to work with you on it. And also if you need any sales consultancy, marketing consultancy for your business proposal, anything you are doing, I'll be happy to help you. And also one of the things I do is that I give out these books a lot to entrepreneurs, people starting out their businesses who are less privileged. So you can say that, okay, Daniel, I want to buy 1,000 copies for Africa. I want to buy maybe 20 copies for the next free event you are going to do for the youth of Africa. I'll be happy to partner with you. So anything any of you are doing, connect on me on Instagram, on my website, and let's work on it together. Awesome. But you are a big deal and you matter.
Thank you so much for being a part of Africa-UAE Sales and Business Summit. I'm your host, Ejiro Osakede, aka the Energetic EJ, and it's been a pleasure hosting you to this amazing event. Thank you so very much. I really, really celebrate you. Let's connect. Let's take the conversation out of here. And remember the make noise hashtag organize noise. Don't. Idala, well done. Like you didn't even waste time. You're already jumping on it. You're already getting the mention. Don't forget that. Put your picture and that of Dr. Stephen Akintayo in a collage, hashtag organize noise, and then post on your page, and he's going to re-mention you and give you a shout out. Don't miss out on that one. Like sometimes that's all you need. I remember one of the influencers, sometimes somebody just blew out of it. I like all of a sudden because one influencer mentioned them. You never can tell. This might be your time. All right. Thank you so much one more time. And look out on my page as well, because this is the season for events. And so I am always looking out for opportunities to give back, even if it's not coming directly from me. Like seriously, how many things do I know? Like how much do I want to know? But I have access to people that know, that are experts in their field, and I connect to what they're doing and I bring it to my own community as well. So follow me on my Instagram page because I'm a part of a lot of events this season, and I would like for you to be a part of it. I also am into virtual event organization specifically. So if you have an event that you're trying to put together online, I'm your plug. Connect with me and I'll make it happen for you. All right. Thank you so much.
Someone was asked. So shout out Kobe Billions. Thanks so much. And I saw someone was asking how you can get the book in Nigeria. So just go to my website and make the order. My team would work out everything and get
The
it delivered.
logistics.
Because just last week before I came to Dubai, we
So-
make a lot of deliveries
to
to
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
the next batch, yours should be parts. Sunny Rufus.
All right. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Thank you. So we'll see you
Bye.
again in our next event. God bless you. Thank you. Remember, Gtext Hub is here for you. If you're thinking of relocating to the UAE and you need, consultancy to know what goes on, where would you start from? If you want to start your business, if you want to, my handle is Ejiro Osakede at Ejiro Osakede. Somebody, the team dropped the link in the comment section. Just look at it quickly. But Ejiro, if you type my name, Ejiro Osakede, you're going to get me on. It's just at Ejiro Osakede is my name, at Ejiro Osakede on Instagram. All right. So please, you can make us your blog. If you're an author like Mr. Dan here and you want to launch your book, we are here for you to make it happen in Dubai as well. So, and you don't even have to be here to launch your book in Dubai, right? There is that's what COVID did for us. We are now in a virtual and a global world, right? So you can be right there in Nigeria, but your books are here in Dubai and people can access it here. Okay. So thank you so much. God bless you. Have a great time. And yes, big shout out to One Connect. Yes, Nelesh, Nane, amazing guys. I love you people. Thank you so much. It's sad that I have not been able to join the Food Connect, but I'm going to join soon. All right. Thank you so much. See you.